Welcome to the Encore Audio Archives YouTube channel. I'm Taper Dave, and this is my channel. I've uploaded hundreds of talks here that I've recorded at meetings in West LA, and I've also recorded conventions starting in 2013. I've got a bunch of those up. And Walt and Mary Murray, the original owners of Encore Audio Archives, started the company in the 80s, and Walt recorded Joe and Charlie's and a bunch of stuff down in Vista, California. My sobriety date is June 20th of 1994. I hope you find something you like, so please like and subscribe to my channel and comment down below. If you want to hear something that I don't have or that you don't see, I'll see that I get it. Anyways, take care and have a great day if you want to.
Good morning, I'm Herb and I am an alcoholic. Good morning, class. And I really appreciate your being here today. You're at the Mary and Joseph Retreat Center on this January, 10th? 12th. Oh, I've missed a couple days. I've introduced myself as an alcoholic. Are there any other alcoholics here? Okay, thank you. Are there any Al-Anons here? All right, great. Are there any other 12-step fellowships here? Would you identify, please?
Hi, I'm Sharon, codependent.
Thank you.
I'm Nora Johnson, Overeaters Anonymous.
Wonderful.
And Incest Survivors Anonymous.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Is there anybody here that's not in a 12-step fellowship? Okay.
My name is Willie, and I'm an alcoholic, and I do OA, CA, NA, SA, CODA,
Well, then you're going to love the opening prayer. In fact, I have one of these. Please join me in the serenity prayer at this point. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Thank you. The reason I asked the question concerning the 12-step fellowships other than AA, and also whether or not there are people here who are not in 12-step fellowship, is that I've taken an orientation that is all-inclusive, coming from a line in the big book that says, our way of living may have its advantages for all. And I believe the interpretation of that is that it's all-inclusive, which makes this not an AA meeting, okay? And my workshop that I conduct once a week for a year is not an AA meeting. Now, it looks like, it feels like, and it produces an effect like AA. But what it is a focus on the 12 steps, and it invites everybody who has any sense of brokenness. And that's a term that I'll use a lot, Willie. It sounds like you have a comprehensive brokenness. And so this today is not going to be a book study, all right? It's not going to be a book study, even though it's based on the big book. And I will be referring to the big book and occasionally even reading from it, but not a lot, because my intent here is to give you a synthesis of what my instructions have been, what the process has been, and what my experience has been, okay? What I suggest is, and I have a couple easels up here, what I suggest is that you approach today with these 3 reflection questions in mind. What did I hear? What does it mean? And how does it apply to me? If you do that, I believe the truth of what's in the big book, the truth of what I say, the truth of my experience, and the truth of your experience will be cracked open. And the meaning of it will seep out and seep into you. Okay? So this is not a book study. This is not a steps workshop either. My Monday night meeting, that's a whole year, is a step workshop. Okay? We delve seriously into the steps deeply, and we connect the instructions of the big book to your experience. And as the result of that, usually there's a profound alteration in your way of thinking, the way of feeling, and the way of living, called a spiritual awakening. That is the promise of the 12th step. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. I'm not paraphrasing. That's in fact the exact words. So, today we will review, as I said, my experience with the 12 steps. Not that I'm holding myself up as a model. I'm not at all. I have feet of clay. And if you were having the non-privilege of hearing my 5th step, you would know that. But I have had some substantial experience. And not just once, because I've done this work formally 3 times. The first time in 1988, when I had a profound spiritual awakening. I was 4 years sober. And then in 1991, it expanded and deepened that experience. And then again in 1994, and I rounded the corner in terms of my experience with step 1, and I'll be talking more at depth in that later on. And then since then, it appears that the Spirit invites me to work these steps about every 3 years, formally. In the first 3 times, I invited a step guide into my life, not a sponsor. I have a sponsor. He's been my sponsor since February 21st, 1984. And he asked me to call him every day. And that's what I did for 10 years. And I still call him 3 times a week, and he lives in St. Louis. But yeah, but I hold myself accountable, okay? I worked the steps with him in my first year, but then in 1988 I had the grace and the inspiration to ask, to think that I wanted to rework the steps. And where did that idea ever come from? You know? I mean, maybe you hear, like I heard then, you work the steps and then that's it, and then you live in 10, 11, and 12 to the best of your ability. Right? No, not in my case. Wrong. I had to work these steps thoroughly in 1988, for the very first time thoroughly, according to the suggestions in the big book, with a step guide. Now, it's a term I've coined. Okay, is not a sponsor. It's a man that I heard speak in a meeting, a participation meeting, and I just loved the way he walked and talked, and the look in his eye, and the tone of his voice, and the words that he said. And I don't even remember the words, but what I do remember is I heard him 2 times in a row, 2 weeks in a row. And I was thinking this thought that I wanted to work the steps, and I had this inspiration. I think I will ask a man to help me. I say inspiration because it wasn't, I think I'll get a new sponsor. Nope. And it wasn't, I think I'll ask my sponsor. Nope. I'll just ask a man to help me with the steps. He won't become my friend, and he won't become my sponsor. He's a project manager. He managed my project of going through the steps. Yeah. And it took 10 months, okay, and it changed my life. Okay. And that worked so well in 1991. I did it again for a different reason, and in 1994 for a different reason. And then, as I mentioned, every 3 years since with my workshop, I submit to the steps myself. I'm in the midst of them right now with my current workshop. So, today we'll give you an overview. It will be like flying in a 747 across the country. You will see the Grand Canyon. You will know that it's a hole in the ground, okay? But it will not be like taking a pack mule down the trail, okay? And that's really what my workshop's like. We take the pack mule loaded with the tools, and we do some serious work. Today, you will do some serious listening, because once again, this is not a discussion. I'm going to present my experience. Just before we have a break, and I'll go over the schedule in a minute, I'll ask for questions and answers. Because I don't have all the answers. You might have some answers too. And we'll stop the tape because it's difficult for the tape to pick up from the audience. And then when future listeners are listening to it, hopefully they won't get frustrated with the silence or the mumbling. If you ever listen to tapes, that's what happens. So this won't give you an experience of the steps today, okay? But it will give you an exposure to the steps. Okay. I am not an authority on the Big Book. I've just had a lot of exposure. I've gone through the Big Book several times. I've had a lot of quality people who have had wonderful experience with the Big Book be associated with me both in meetings and in step workshops and going through the steps myself. I try very diligently to only refer to the Big Book and literally to the Big Book. I try not to paraphrase it, although I will, of course, because I don't have that kind of mind to memorize everything. And I will also refer to the 12 and 12. But I found the 12 and 12 to be a marvelous tool as a commentary. The Big Book was written in 1939. Well, it's actually written in 37, published in 39. And 20 years later, 1952, 55, in that area, the 12 and 12 was published, written by Bill Wilson. It was his commentary on his experience with the steps, 20 years sober approximately. He got sober in 34. And now, so it's a wonderful supplement to the Big Book. The Big Book is the plan of living. The Big Book is the precise instructions. The Big Book has the suggested way of applying the steps to our lives, of working the steps. But I use both, and I'll be referring to those when I give you the instructions. The outline, basically, of of each piece of the work I do on each step will be, I will share what the instructions are, what my process is, and what the experience I had with it. That'll be sort of the key skeleton of it, and then sort of there's a lot of fill around that. Okay. The schedule for today is at your place there, and you'll see that we're going to spend the next half hour talking about the first step, sort of an introduction and the first step. And we'll take a break. It doesn't look like I have a break until lunchtime. So that tells me that at any time you feel that you want some coffee or some water or Coke, or that you need to use the men's or women's facilities, which are right around the corner to the right, you just be comfortable. Try not to make as much distracting noise as possible. Go and come in. If you need a smoke break, take it, okay? Because we're actually not going to have a break. I might change my mind on that, depending on how I see you glaze over and how I glaze over, okay? So that's good. All right. So what I've indicated is, did I get distracted from my analogy? No, I got that, the Grand Canyon and the mule train. Okay, good. Today is at the end of it, you're going to feel like you've taken a shower with a fire hose. Okay? Yeah. It's just going to come pouring at you. Okay? And I have a lot of energy, and I have a lot of passion for what this process is and what my experience is, and then that's just what it is. At your place, there's also a binder that I've given you, and we will be going through pieces of that. I invite you to open it up now to look at the first prayer there. And this is what opened my mind and my heart up.
Can I just make sure that everybody did sign up for lunch? I'm going to go and order it.
Is there anybody that needs to sign up for lunch? Here's somebody. Okay. Okay. So take a look at that prayer, and it's an unusual prayer, and it was given to me by a man from Denver as part of the process that I went through the work the third time. And this man knew that I had in 1988 and 1991 a powerful experience with the steps. That I, as a result of that work, had become very familiar with the Big Book and the 12 and 12, and that I had had a spiritual awakening of some significance, and that I'm a reasonably well-educated person, so I have a lot of information. So he knew all of that about me, and he said, Herb, he said, would you be willing to release that? Would you be willing to let all of that go? Everything that you know about yourself, everything that you know about God, everything you know about the 12 steps, everything you know about your disease, would you be willing to let all of that go? And I said, well, okay. Why would I do that? I have spent a lot of time having this experience and getting that information. And he pointed me to several areas in the Big Book. On page 27, it says, ideas, emotions, and attitudes which were once the guiding forces of the lives of these men are suddenly cast to one side, and a completely new set of conceptions and motives begin to dominate them. That's paraphrase for the spiritual awakening. Okay? And then he referred me to page 43. No, actually, page 42. It says, it meant I would have to throw several lifelong conceptions out the window. And then to 49, it said, we have to lay aside prejudice. And on page 58, it says, some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas, and the result was nil until we let go absolutely. And there are more references to prejudice and old ideas, the Herbert Spencer quote, and all the rest of that, talking about opening up your mind and opening up your heart. Because to the extent that you hold on to the ideas that you have, to the extent that you hold on to the experience that you have, to the extent that you hold on to the information that you have, you will not have any new information, experience, or learning. Okay? I've heard Einstein quoted. I don't ever pretend to read Einstein, but I've heard Einstein quoted, and he said, the consciousness that created the problem cannot solve the problem. The consciousness that created the problem cannot solve the problem. And I think that once again reinforces the meaning of this prayer, which is an acknowledgement that we are powerless to change, that we are powerless to let go of our old ideas, that we are powerless to have a new information, that we are powerless to have a new experience, left on our own resources. So we invite power into our lives to, in fact, help us set aside the information and the experience. Notice it's not entitled the throwaway prayer. Okay? It is not to throw it away. It is just to set it aside so that there's a possibility of new information and a new experience. I've also used the term brokenness in the prayer because of what I said in my opening comments concerning this discussion, this workshop being open to everybody, all inclusive. So what I would invite you to do is to take just a moment to center yourselves now that we're settled here, we're completely organized, we've got our place, we know where we are, we know what we're doing, we know what's expected, and get quiet. And at the conclusion of this quiet period, I will ask you to join me in this set-aside prayer. Please join me in the set-aside prayer. God, Please let me set aside everything that I think I know about myself, my brokenness, my spiritual path, and you, God, for an open mind and a new experience of myself, my brokenness, my spiritual path, and especially you, God. Thank you. My card was passed around not to give you my name and phone number specifically, although that's fine too, but on the back side of that card is the prayer. Now, that prayer is geared to alcoholics because it does use the term disease. But I don't see any difficulty in your even using that if you're not an alcoholic, or by substituting whatever word you want. If you're in Al-Anon, perhaps relationship would be the issue. If you're an overeater, perhaps food is the issue. If you have a gambling problem, a sex problem, a narcotics problem, you fill in the blank. Willie. Oh, he's gone. Okay. Okay. The first page after the prayers, there are 2 prayer pages. The first page in the handout is a table of contents from the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous. Yes?
I had a huge problem with that word broken.
Okay.
And it came before I ever came here. Because,
Okay.
I had some friends that were in AA,
Mm-hmm.
and they're actually clients of mine. And a couple of times they talked about how they were broken.
Yes.
And it really bothered me. Enough that I don't even want to say that.
Okay. Then you have the opportunity of not doing anything I ask you to do, and the privilege of creating your own prayer. I don't have a lot of time to have a lot of dialogue because we have a pretty tight schedule. I will be very happy to talk with you after at break time or at the lunchtime. Is that all right?
Sure.
Thank you. The table of contents from the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous is pretty interesting, and I analyzed it to try to see, what is it trying to accomplish? And as you can see, the way I've broken it out there, step 1 constitutes certainly the first 43 pages, which includes the Roman numerals, which are another 20 pages, and that illustrates the problem. And it also constitutes about 34% of the book on the first step. Then the solution is illustrated in chapters 4 through 11, but you can see the breakout on the right-hand side where the steps are, the step instructions are contained in those pages. Now, I will specifically give you references for the work that I do on each of the steps as we go into each of the steps. But you will also notice that step 12 is not just chapter 7, working with others. Step 12 includes, of course, in its articulation, practice these principles in all our affairs, and that's what To the Wives is all about, talking about the spouse, if you translate into current terminology. The family afterwards with the family, to the employers for work, and a vision for you is actually about our relationship with the community. And so that's all practicing these principles in all our affairs, and that constitutes 41% of the instructions of the Big Book. So steps 1 and step 12 are really very, very, very important given the proportion of the text that's used in its instructions. And I don't think it's any accident that it refers to step 1 as the foundation of the step process, but in chapter 7 it refers to the 12th step, helping others, as the foundation stone of our recovery. And I thought it would just be interesting to see it laid out like that as a sort of a roadmap for you. Another way of breaking the steps into categories is what I have illustrated here on the boards. So the 12-step spirituality, steps 1 to 3 is about God. Okay? Step 1, of course, without God. Step 2 and 3, step 2 specifically about God. Step 3 is a decision for God. So step 1 is illustrating to us that we have no decision. We have no decision with regard to ourself, and we have no decision with regard to alcohol. I've reversed those. Admitted we were powerless over alcohol, dash that our life had become unmanageable. We have no decision of power over alcohol, once it's in us or when it's not in us. Dash that our lives had become unmanageable. That's about ourself and our life. We have no decision there, and we'll dig deeply into step 1 in a minute. And then we go to step 2, which asks us to make a decision about God. Form your own concept. And then to step 3, a decision for God, to surrender completely our lives and our wills. Okay? So this is all about God. Steps 4 to 10 are the attempt to clean house. What prevents us from, in fact, making contact with this God that's in constant contact with us? The process asks us to make conscious contact with this God that has constant contact with us. What is the problem? What is the problem? That we have obstacles in this pipe. If you bear with me on the analogy, that we are a pipe that's filled with sludge. Okay? That sludge, given names like resentment, fear, and dysfunctional self-centeredness as manifested in sex, secrets, lies, guilt, and shame. Okay? And the process of 4 from 10 is a process of cleaning the pipe so that, in fact, the life of God can flow through us. And then how do we maintain that? And that's in steps 11 and 12 by helping others. And we'll talk about the spiritual coin having 2 sides. One side, a relationship with other with a capital O, and the other side, a relationship with other with a small o. God and a community of mankind. Okay. So, as I mentioned to you, I will be talking about the problem, as the big book does, and the instructions that I received leading into a process, and the experience that I've had that led to the promises under each step. I have found that, and I will talk about today, and I'm sure you have also, and I don't mean, anyway, I have found that underneath each step is powerlessness. Not just under step 1, but under step 2. I am powerless to comprehend God. By definition. My definition says God is infinite. And I know my mind is finite. Okay? Therefore, I cannot embrace. Okay? So I am powerless. I am powerless to make a decision to surrender without reservation. Are you kidding? That's what the book asks us to do. I am powerless to see the truth of the character defects. That's fairly obvious, and as you get to know me more today, you'll see, painfully obvious. I studied for the Catholic priesthood for 7 years. All right? Ages 17 to 24. Serious pursuit of philosophy, psychology, and theology. And when that didn't work out, because I began drinking and going out when I shouldn't and dating, and I had a moment of awareness that wasn't quite the virtues manifested from poverty, chastity, and obedience. I don't have a mind like a steel trap, right? Then I studied psychology, because I thought if I can't save your soul, I will certainly save your mind. And so I did all the advanced education and free work at the clinic and did therapy on myself and all of that. And when that didn't work, because I was having to get half-loaded to go to my sessions, both my own and those I was giving, well, you had to get loose in order to communicate, you know. And I had a moment of clarity, and I said I better give that up. But then it was 20 years of self-help. 5 years of yoga, 4.5 years of transcendental meditation, a good stint with Life Springs, which is sort of an S training, both the basic and the graduate work, hypnoanalysis, psychic, took up running, gave up red meat, salt, pepper, caffeine, sugar, bread, dairy products. You know, I was on this with a vengeance, man. I am going to find and fix this problem. No, didn't work. Came into Alcoholics Anonymous at 43 years old, and I thought, wow, I finally found the problem and perhaps the solution. Okay? And for 5 years in Alcoholics Anonymous was restless, irritable, and discontent. I had a sponsor. I went to meetings. I read the book. I thought I had done the steps because I read it and I did what they said I thought, but I didn't have very much instruction, and I did an autobiographical fourth step, which gave me no new truth. What it did was, it was a script of behavior. I did this, I did that, I did this. But the big book doesn't ask us to write a script of behavior. It asks us to look underneath that at the causes and conditions, the exact nature of our character defects, our motives, our belief systems, and our values. I did not do that in that first year. I did the best I could, which was good enough to keep me around. And I think underneath was an attitude of willingness. If there's any one key to my recovery and the evolution of my spiritual life, it's been willingness. Willingness to seek and willingness to take direction, okay, from qualified people. And so it was a long journey. It was a long journey to find the truth. And so that's what I mean by I have to set aside what I've learned before in order to find a new experience, and I found that has worked for me. I have talked about the difference between a sponsor and a step guide. It has been my consistent experience that there's no conflict between those. When I sponsor somebody, I will typically take them through the work of the steps. If they don't want to do that, that's okay. I will still sponsor them. But there is no conflict. There should be no conflict. If somebody I'm sponsoring wants to go through the steps with somebody else, terrific. My sponsor, when I said to him, I want to go through the steps with another man, he said, God bless him. Yeah. You know, thank you for the relief. Well, I called him every day, you know, and you know how you do, you grind. He's very smooth now from all the grinding. Okay. One of the keys to cracking open the meaning in the big book is to turn the statements they have into questions and ask, is that true for me? Is that my experience? Did that happen in my life? Or is even that conceptually connected to? So when you ask those questions, you turn statements into questions, or you take the questions that are asked in the big book and make them real for you. Make them real for you. They are not academic questions. They are not rhetorical questions, and we'll talk about those as we go along. Okay. This was the process that I was exposed to when I came to Jerry in 1988 and asked him to be my step guide, my project manager. And he explained in a 2-hour discussion with me, he followed the instructions of chapter 7. He wanted to know whether I was an alcoholic. He wanted to know my religious background. He wanted to know my family background. He wanted to know who I was. That's what they ask us to do in chapter 7. Find out all you can about them. Make sure you're convinced they're a real alcoholic. It's not important that they be convinced they're a real alcoholic. It is important that you be convinced they're a real alcoholic. For those in the room who are not alcoholic, and this is the only time I'm going to say you have a double duty here, a double task. Because I am an alcoholic, and I'm a recovered alcoholic, and I come from vocabulary of alcoholism. And that's the vocabulary I will use today mostly. It's your job, those of you who are not alcoholic, to translate, to substitute the word alcohol for whatever your issue is, whatever your disease is, okay? And so when I talk about alcohol, just mentally convert that into whatever word you need to use in order to find the truth of your own brokenness. And I want to talk to you about that. But I can't get over my own vocabulary. And so then he explained the process. And he says it's a very simple process. First of all, because we're powerless and we acknowledge that, we pray. Even if you're an agnostic or an atheist, act as if. If you're willing to work with me, you need to act as if. So do what I ask you to do, and that's pray. I suggest the set-aside prayer. Then it was a process of reading, taking the big book, and he gave me an assignment for the first step. Read from the face page to the top of page 43. This was his assignment. Okay? I will give you a different kind of assignment because I've had more experience since then, and I've divided the first step into 3 assignments because I just find it has more power for me. But that was his, and use a highlighter. Because when you use a highlighter, once again you're reading with purpose. And it cracks open the meaning of the sentences in a different way. I should have known that, but I didn't. And when I used a highlighter, boom, things began to pop out of the big book that I had been reading for 5 years that I had never seen. Okay? And then to spend some time reflecting on it. And he would ask me a couple questions each time that I would record, and that would be reflection questions during the assignment. And then inevitably there was a writing assignment as part of that. And then once I was through with all of that, I was to call him and make an appointment, and we would get together for anywhere from 1 to 3 hours, and we would go over each page. We would open it up right to the face page of the book for the first assignment, and we would look at that face page, and he would share what he highlighted, and I would share with him what I highlighted, and then when we were through wringing whatever we could from that page, we would go to the next page. And sometimes we looked at the paragraphs, and sometimes we looked at the sentences, and sometimes we looked at each word. And we didn't leave that page until we had fully discussed it. He didn't read it to me, and I didn't read it to him. I know that some people do that, and they find that a very practical and productive process. That is not my experience. What we did was we shared our comments on the highlights from the big book, and then went on to the next page. And once we were through with that assignment, at the end of that visit, he would give me the next assignment. As I say, in 1988, the process took me 10 months. In 1991, the process took me 6 months. In 1988, I was struggling with a job. I was with an employer for 21 years, and because I had been sober only 4 years and had really not changed very much, they didn't want me around any longer. And I was offended by that, of course, and resisted it because I don't like change. And so at the end of working the steps, however, my mind became open. I saw irreconcilable differences. And I resigned that job. Well, in 1991, my wife and I had been married 25 years. And we were very unhappy. We were both sober about 7 years. And I thought, well, I'm going to, divorce her. I'm going to get rid of her. Because we have irreconcilable differences. I learned that word. And so I'm going to do the steps again. I got such clarity doing the steps around my work. I'm going to do the steps again around my marriage, and I'll leave feeling really spiritually clean. I did it in 6 months because I was in a hurry. I wanted to get rid of her. And at the end of 6 months, what I found out was I was the problem. I was the problem. Okay? I'm still married, 36 years, all right? But I'll talk about the process there of the healing that we've gone through. And in 1991, I went to the steps again. 1994. And it's not artificial. It's I'm sort of called by the Spirit to do this, and I found a man to take me through the work, and it took 2 years. Because I wasn't coming from any pain. I had no cattle prod at my backside. Because I had seen what had happened with me in terms of the spiritual awakening, the transformation, and the conversion of the way I thought and felt and acted, I said, we are. I want more of that. Okay? And so I went through the work again, but it took 2 years, and it was a very meditative, reflective process. There is no time frame outlined in the big book. It doesn't say you got to do it in 90 days or 9 years. I recommend that you do it in under a year. I recommend that you do the steps in under a year, because there's a certain power that accumulates with consistent effort and consistent practice. This man asked me to come at this process from my heart. And I said, say what? You know, I had spent a lot of time educating this. And I came from my head in everything. And he said, Herb, we know. Okay? We know. And how well has that served you? Yeah, right. Well, not very well at all. So he said, come from here. Come from your heart. Open up. See from your heart. Hear from your heart. Learn from your heart. Seek from your heart. I had no idea what he was talking about. But I was willing to pray the prayer and to do the drill. And I did discover that, in fact, the heart is a learning mechanism. Okay? So it's easier for women than it is for men, but it does work. Okay. I do suggest when you are approaching the first step that you do ask, am I really an alcoholic? Or have I really been making too big a deal out of this? Maybe I'm just neurotic. Maybe I've just been unlucky. Maybe I was immature. And now that I'm mature and more educated and released from the addiction to the chemical, maybe it'd be all right. Okay? So I was asked the question, why are you an alcoholic? Are you an alcoholic? What makes you an alcoholic? And not just rhetorically, not just in fantasy, but really ask yourself the question, am I an alcoholic? Or am I really codependent? Or am I really obsessed with food? Or am I, whatever your issue is. Where is my life not working? Where am I being dishonest? These are some of the reflection questions that, in fact, he asked me to write on a 3x5 card as a bookmarker, and to put it in the book so that when I was reading, I would use that card as a source of the reflection questions before I started doing the assignment. Every assignment, 1 through 9. Okay? Each of the men who took me through the work took me 1 through 9. I have made it a practice now to take them 1 through 12, because I've had such a profound experience with 10, 11, and 12 that I feel it's important to get some instruction there. I think it's a total program. Okay. All right, so now we're heading into the territory of step 1. If there's any need for more paper, by the way, there are 3-ring binder paper on the table back there, and there are pens also. If you don't want to just use a pencil, you want to use a pen, there are pens back there, and so you're welcome to use those. As part of the evolution of how I've approached step 1, I have come to see it has 3 parts. And the next illustration in the binder has a triangle inside of a circle. Well, of course, that's the AA symbol, isn't it? The circle with the triangle in it. The circle is an ancient symbol for God, meaning infinity, having no beginning and no end. The triangle is, in fact, the symbol, the heart of the symbol for AA. And it's no accident that they chose it. Bill is very clear on page 64 that we have a 3-part disease. This one I will read from the book. It's actually the beginning of the resentment inventory, but it says at the bottom paragraph, from it, meaning resentments, but probably all character defects, stem all forms of spiritual disease, for we have not only been mentally and physically ill, 2 parts, we have been spiritually sick. When the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. 3 parts of a problem, 3 parts of a solution, 3 parts of a program. And my paradigm or model for this is illustrated here on the chart. I see that we, of course, as human beings, have bodies. Duh. Well, what makes us different than a rock or a flower or a gorilla? Okay, levels of being. A rock has no potential for growth. It's inert. But it has a body just like us, made up of matter. A flower can grow, can change, but cannot move from place to place, usually. A gorilla has a higher level of being. It can move from place to place and create some type of conditioned behavior patterns. But what distinguishes us from a gorilla? What makes us specifically human? And we know that we know. You see, a dog or a gorilla can learn. Pavlov proved that with conditioned reflex. But they don't know that they know. And they have no freedom in their decisions. They're driven by biochemical and electronic responses. We have the ability from free will to make a decision, okay, from information that we receive. So the 2 things that make us specifically human are, one is that we have a mind that is the faculty of acquiring information, and 2, that we have a will that is the faculty for making a decision. So I've seen that the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous will detox the body. Okay? Now, hospital programs, etc., are recommended even in the Big Book for detoxification, where there are serious situations. My wife went through a hospital program. I did not. And, Kristen, could you give me another glass? I came directly into AA at the suggestions of that hospital program that I was participating in. But I was a very high-level drunk. My alcohol was still working for me. Yeah, I came to the hospital drinking for a couple weeks, and then they finally smelled it, and they said, well, you know, Herb, you're not supposed to drink while your wife is trying to recover. I go, I didn't know that. But I was willing not to drink. Okay? February 20th, 1984 is when they gave me that message. February 21st was my first day without alcohol and the first day of my sobriety. Now you have to hear the miracle of that. I was not an alcoholic. I did not have a drinking problem. I did not want it removed, and I didn't pray about it. But when I was willing to quit drinking to help her, it was removed. And I'm one of those real fortunate ones. It never came back. Not a quiver. Not a quiver. I've never had an inclination to drink since then. Okay? And I know some people have really suffered. Bill Wilson never had an inclination to drink after he got sober. Now, he had a spiritual experience of the dramatic kind. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But Bob Smith, who had a spiritual awakening of the educational variety, suffered from the obsession with alcohol for about 2 years after he got sober on June 10th, 1935. So there are 2 different patterns of recovery, even illustrated in our 2 founders. Now the book talks about spirit, but I've converted that as a synonym to will, and I'll show you why I do that in a little bit. So we have a body that can detox in Alcoholics Anonymous by going to meetings. And the 12 principles that underlie the fellowship are the traditions. I'm looking at that triangle that's illustrated in the 3-ring binder, if you want to follow sort of the words visually with what I'm talking about. And our mind can detox through the steps, the 12 principles of the steps. And our will detox through service. The 12 concepts are the principles underlying the service. So this program addresses a problem that has 3 parts. When I put alcohol in my body, I cannot not drink. When I make up my mind not to drink and I have a period of time without drinking, 3 months, one time, I made a huge commitment not to drink. And I have every reason in the world not to drink, troubles at work and troubles at home. I change my mind and I drink again. Okay? Now, what happened to me is that I saw the truth of the first step in the doctor's opinion, which talks about the physical allergy, the phenomenon of craving. When I was asked what was my, did I ever drink more than I wanted to? Well, I never even thought about that question. Now, you would have thought that with all that training in theology and all that training in psychology and all that effort at self-help, that somewhere along the line I would have looked at alcohol when I was looking at smoking and drinking and all the rest of that. Never occurred to me. Never occurred to me. But when they asked me the question, what happens to you when you take a drink? I said, well, a lot of times, nothing. I'll have a drink and come home like I said I would at 7 o'clock. But sometimes, when I said I would come home at 7 and I had a drink, I didn't come home till 3. And I drove down the Harbor Freeway from the downtown Los Angeles to the South Bay with the window rolled down, the head out the window, and one hand over the eye so that the lines would stop crossing. And I would go out to the car afterwards in the morning to see if it was there and if there was any dents in it, because I had a blackout and I didn't know how I got home. But did that bother me? No, that did not bother me. Did I think about that? Did that stop me? Did that modify my drinking? It never occurred to me to modify my drinking. Okay? Which takes me to the mental. See, the book calls us mental defectives. Oh, I hate that term. But I know that it applies to me. How could I not see the truth when I had been handcuffed 2 years in a row, 1968 and 1969, by the sheriffs, and given a rec list back in those days, 68 and 69? How could I not look at that I had a drinking problem? And I didn't look at it. And I had quit for 3 months and had gone to a hypnotherapist for post-hypnotic suggestion to quit. I went to any lengths, okay? And then at the end of the 90 days, I was hosting a dinner and ordering the wine because I'm the connoisseur. And about halfway through, I decided, after smelling the wonderful bouquet, right, that it would be a good idea for me to at least have a little bit to be social. Well, nothing happened that night, but my drinking did change. I didn't know it then, but once I got sober and looked back on it, I saw that I changed from drinking a glass of wine at lunch with my clients to having a martini, and I changed from drinking scotch and soda in the evening with my colleagues or with my family to Scotch Rocks double. Okay? My drinking had progressed during the 3 months that I had quit. And I didn't know that. But the real question here on the mental obsession was, what did I ever consistently try to quit drinking? And the answer was, yeah, after some reflection. Actually, I had 3 different sessions with this man that was taking me through the work. And on this particular issue of the mental obsession, because he knew I did not see it. And this was 1991, and I was 7 years sober, and I had had a transforming experience in 1988. So, but I hadn't seen it. My experience with step 1 is a process. It's an evolutionary process of thawing out. I came into AA a Neanderthal that had just been taken out of the glacier. Okay? And as the result of coming to AA, the ice thawed around me. And as the result of doing the steps in 1988, the ice in me thawed. Okay? And continued to thaw. In 1991, when he asked me this question, I said, well, yeah, I did quite a... My wife and I would make this decision on Sunday that we weren't going to drink Monday through Thursday because it was interfering with our life. You can relate to that. And so on Monday night, most of the time I came home, but sometimes I didn't. And when I did, and I hadn't been drinking, she would have been drinking, so that would give me permission to drink. So Monday night was... And if I hadn't drank and she hadn't drank, we would dance around that liquor cabinet just waiting for the one to break for it, right? And one of us did, inevitably. And then Tuesday morning we would say, well, Tuesday through Thursday. But Tuesday night the same dance. Wednesday the same drill. Okay? And I thought, wow, I thought I was waking up on Tuesday, doing my whatever I did Tuesday, coming home and changing my mind. But I wasn't changing my mind at all. I was compulsed to drink beyond my ability to control it. I had no alcohol in me, perhaps for a day or two or a week or 30 days or 90 days at different times. And yet I would change my mind, I thought. Okay? But the first step says we're powerless. When I put it in me, the chemistry of alcohol will mix with my chemistry and take me on a run. And I'll have no control over that. And I didn't mean to do it. But I won't come home till 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay? And I didn't mean to do it. And 2 days later, I will do it again, not meaning to do it, and not seeing that I was going to do it. Okay? That's the mental obsession. An obsession is defined as one idea so strong that it eliminates every other idea. It dominates the mind. Okay? And I live in that strange mental blank spot, according to the Big Book. That phrase just captures me. When a man I was taking through as a doctor, and we were talking about this aspect, the mental obsession, he says, oh, it's like color blindness. And I said, well, what do you mean? And he took a book out that he had in his library, a physiological book, and he said, well, what number is there on that page? Well, it was a circle with a lot of colored bubbles in it. And I said, well, there's no number in that circle. He says, oh, no, there's a number there. I said, no, there's no number. He said, okay, here's the number. It's 7. And he put my finger on it and he drew it. And I couldn't see it. Because, you see, I have a color blindness that I didn't know about. I cannot distinguish green and brown. Okay? Now, half of men are afflicted with color blindness. But what it means is that I have a retinal deficiency, a chemical deficiency in my retina that will not allow me to process color. I have a mental deficiency that will not allow me to process reality when it comes to alcohol. In the same way that my body will not successfully process alcohol, my mind will not successfully process reality. That's not a judgment. That's not a condemnation. Okay? That's not a negative statement. It's an observation of a phenomenon. I'm a relatively well-educated person, reasonably intelligent, and I want to do well. Why couldn't I see the truth? When I bought up my first house, I had a fig tree in the backyard. And on a spring day, I went out to do a little gardening, and this fig tree had this luscious fig on it. Well, I took it off and I took a big bite and it was delicious. And within about 2 minutes, my eyes puffed up, my throat closed, I couldn't breathe and I threw up. Wow, I better wash it the next time. Next weekend, I'm out there. There's another luscious, red, beautifully ripe fig. I take it, I wash it so carefully, and then I eat it carefully, slowly, and I digest it. It was delicious. And within 2 minutes, my eyes swelled up, my throat swelled up, I couldn't breathe, and I threw up. Well, I better not eat any more figs again. Instantly. I didn't have to read a book. I didn't have to go to a meeting of Figs Anonymous. Okay? I didn't have to make a decision. I just instantly knew the truth. And yet, from age 13, when I had my first drinking experience, a quart of whiskey and a six-pack of beer with my friend, and we drank it all, and we got really roaring drunk and had a great time, and knee buckling and blackout and pass out. And I woke up the next morning and I was covered in my own vomit. And I drank like that for the next 30 years, okay, with time out while I was in the seminary. You don't drink a lot in the seminary. And but I picked it right up when I came out, age 24, bang, I was back in the bars, okay, just like that, with all that training, all that spiritual information, all that complete dedication, bang, I was in the bars, okay. And what's that about, that I couldn't see the truth of that from ages 24 to 43, when I was on all this path of self-help, going to seminars, going to retreats, reading books, doing all the stuff ad infinitum that I talked about. Why couldn't I think about quitting drinking as easily as I thought about quitting smoking and caffeine and taking up running and reading Adele Davis's books on good health? I mean, why couldn't I do that? It never occurred to me. It wasn't a thought that came and I dismissed it. It wasn't a thought that came. What is that? I have a defective mind. My mind is deficient. Okay? Well, that takes care of the first half of the first step. But what about the second half of the first step? Dash, that my life had become unmanageable. You see, dash means new thought. It doesn't mean connection to alcohol. It doesn't mean connection to the first half. The second half of the first step is not connected to the first half of the first step. The first half of the first step is about alcohol. When it's in me and when it's not in me, I'm powerless. But the second half of the first step is about life. It's about unmanageability. And I was brought to the truth of that when the man asked me to read page 52 in the way that I'm going to read it for you out loud. And here I am, 1994, 10 years sober, having done this work twice, 1988 and 1991, having had profound spiritual conversion experiences in 1988 and 1991, here I am in 1994 reading this and applying it to my life then, 10 years sober, having had 2 spiritual awakenings. On page 52, in the middle of the book, on the page, it has a paragraph that begins, "We had to ask ourselves." And he asked me to, 1, read it and highlight it, and then 2, read it out loud using the personal pronoun and the present tense. The personal pronoun I and the present tense today, 10 years sober. I'm going to read it out loud, and to yourself, ask yourself these questions. Here you are, very dedicated people on giving up a beautiful Saturday day like today to come and hear about 12-step spirituality and recovery. And some of you have some time and some of you have major time, okay? And some of you are in one program and some of you are in another program. Listen to this and ask yourself these questions. I have to, here, personal pronoun, present tense, myself, why I shouldn't apply to my human problems this same readiness to change my point of view. I am having trouble with personal relationships. Anybody here having a trouble with personal relationships? I mean, spouse, children, parents, friends, colleagues at work, personal relationships. I am having trouble with personal relationships. I can't control my emotional nature. Anybody having trouble with their emotions? I am a prey to misery and depression. I can't make a living. Now, at the time I did this, I had changed from that company that tried to boot me out and finally did after 21 years, and I went to a new company that embraced me, and it was wonderful because I'd changed at that point. And so it was just wonderful. But here I am asking myself, I can't make a living, and I said, well, I got a great career and I'm making a decent living. And I added a phrase to it that broke it open for me. I can't make a living that satisfies me. Okay? Because, in fact, there's never enough. Okay? That was a motto pre-AA for me. NVRENF. I was going to use it as a license plate. NVRENF. Never enough. I have a feeling of uselessness. I am full of fear. I am unhappy. I can't seem to be of real help to other people. Now, I added to that line, nor do I care to be. 10 years sober, having had 2 major transformations, and I could honestly say to myself that I wasn't viscerally, really, actually, deeply connected to helping anybody other than myself. That's called the bedevilment paragraph because that term is used in the next sentence. And I looked up that word, bedevilment. What does it mean? To be controlled as if by devils. Okay? And that was me. I was controlled by this self-will run riot. Because the other assignment that I had on that was to read pages 60 to 62 and highlight that. And that talks about selfishness, self-centeredness is the root of our trouble. Selfishness, self-centeredness is the root of our trouble. So if you see this diagram, you take a look at a tree outside, and you know that you see the tree and you see the limbs and you see the bark and you see the leaves and acorns if it's an acorn tree type thing, okay? You know those roots go way down to hold that tree up and to get the water and the nutriments that make that tree alive. But you don't see the root. You don't see the root. What you see is the manifestation of the root. The book says selfishness, self-centeredness. Selfishness dash self-centeredness on page 62, exclamation point. Selfishness dash self-centeredness, exclamation point. This is the root of our trouble. Okay, and then it talks about resentment, fear, sex. Also, I include shame, guilt, and secrets. This is the manifestation of self, resentment, fear, and sex. This is our inventory in the 4th step. And I saw the truth that I am an extreme example of self-will run riot. That's it from pages 60 to 62. And that these troubles we think are basically of our own making. Okay? Now, that sounds kind of negative, and yet there's hope in that statement. Our troubles are of our own making. If my troubles are of your making, I'm screwed. Because you got to change in order for me to be okay. If my troubles are of my making, there may be hope. If I can change, perhaps the troubles will go away. And again, in that paragraph on page 62, it says, neither could we reduce our self-centeredness much by wishing or trying on our own power. Not only could we not get rid of it, we couldn't even reduce it much by trying or wishing on our own power. Which tells me that my will is as deficient as my mind is. That my will always choose me. Underneath the underneath motive for my actions, no matter how well-intentioned I am, if I dig down deeply enough, I will see that I'm the reason for the season. Okay? That I am the motive. The self is the motive under everything, and we are powerless over this. So, we are powerless when booze is put in us. We are powerless when booze is not in us. And we are powerless to manage our lives. We are powerless to want anything other than to serve ourselves. broken in all three. Well, in a process that in my workshop takes 4 months, we go through this, okay? And we see that we are doomed and hopeless, and that left on our own resources. And that's the transition on page 43 that the book uses to go to the second step. On page 45. Pages 44 and the top of 45 are transitions to step 2. If in fact we are powerless and we have no power, this is not poetry. Powerless is not just a word that's interesting or poetic. It's a word to describe a phenomena of having no power. Okay? No power. Without power. Hopeless. Doomed. It says at the top of page 45, we could wish to be moral, we could wish to be philosophically comforted. In fact, we could will these things with all our might. That, to me, broke the code of the spiritual malady. That told me, in fact, that that is the underlying problem or cause of the spiritual malady. That my will is not powerful enough. The needed power isn't there. Our human resources, the book continues, our human resources, body and mind, as marshaled by the will, failed utterly. Failed utterly. Lack of power, that is my dilemma. I have to find a power by which I could live. Not by which I could quit drinking. Not by which I could quit eating. Not by which I could quit having dysfunctional relationships. I had to find a power by which I could live. And it had to be a power greater than myself. Then it says, well, that's exactly what this book is about. That's exactly what this book is about. And previously it says precisely, okay, in italics. And it talks about being a textbook. That's why it becomes highlighted and marked up and outlined and underlined and discussed and prayed about and reflected and written about. That's why this process is so powerful and so exacting. Well, that's exactly what this book is about. Its main object is to enable me to find a power greater than myself which will solve my problem. And what's my problem? Lack of power. Lack of power is my problem. No matter where you come from, okay, whether you're in 12-step fellowship or not, our way of life has its advantages for all. This is the problem for all human beings. This is a unique problem. The problem of a physical allergy setting up a phenomenon of craving and a mental obsession. These are peculiar to alcoholics and drug addicts and other people who are in 12-step fellowships. Okay? These are peculiar. This is not. This is a generic problem for all human beings, that they have wills that will choose themselves. Now, a lot of people grow out of it in some way because of family background or because of educational experiences or religious experiences or some other kind of human experience. They grow out of it, okay? Alcoholics have a hard time growing up. But all people have a broken will, meaning that they choose themselves before anybody else. And it's the self-centeredness that is the spiritual malady. The self-centeredness is the spiritual malady. And the antidote for the spiritual malady is other-centeredness. Is just the opposite of self-centeredness. That's the conversion. That's the transformation. That's the turning from north to south. That's the turning from inside out. Turning from self to other. And the book is very, very clear. We're powerless to do that based on our human resources. So it suggests that we find a power other than ourselves. And it says on page 45 again, when it says it had to be a power greater than ourselves, they ask a wonderful, incisive, laser-focused question. Two questions. Obviously, but where and how are we to find this power? Now, it does not answer it immediately. They take quite a few pages. Bill loves to try to rationalize us into an appreciation of the need for God and power and faith. So he takes quite a bit of time, actually pages 46 all the way up through to page 55. But meanwhile, he asks two questions. On page 47, he asks the question. We needed to ask ourselves but one short question. Do I now believe, or am I even willing to believe, that there is a power greater than myself? My instructions were to read pages 43 to the end of the chapter, 57, and to read chapter 2 from the 12 and 12. Each time I get an assignment from the big book, I give a complementary assignment from the 12 and 12. In the first step, I wait till I've given all three assignments on the first step. The first being to read up to page 23, the second to read from 23 to 43, and the third to read the bedevilments that I just talked about and pages 60 to 62, and highlight those. That takes care of the physical, the mental, and the spiritual malady. The instructions for the second step are to read pages 43 through the end of the chapter 4, and to read the spiritual experience in Appendix 2, page 569, and to read chapter 2 from the 12 and 12. I also, in the first step, won't allow my people to read half of Bill's story. I have them read the first half, pages 1 through 9, 1 through 8. Pages 1 through 8, but I stop them there so they don't read 9 through 16. 9 through 16 is about Bill's awakening, his spiritual experience, and it gives a lot of hope. In the first step, I don't want anybody to have any hope. I don't want them to have any hope at all. I want them to be completely depressed and filled with angst and totally hopeless. Because it's only with the deflation at depth, using Bill's terms, the deflation of the ego at depth, will they be crushed enough to be able to be launched into a quest for a power other than myself, with the desperation of a drowning person, using terms from the book. Think about it. If you were cast off here, halfway between here and Catalina, 13 miles out, and it was a foggy day, and the boat sank, and there was no life raft, and there was no lifeboat, and you didn't really swim very well, and you were kind of weak, and the waves were kind of high, and it was 13 miles either way, and you didn't know which way. How desperate would you feel? Knowing that your life was right there on the line, and it was going to take a few minutes before you died. Okay? This is about life and death. That's what this is about. Alcoholics especially, drug addicts, people who are addicted to that kind of substance, and maybe others, not my experience, I won't talk about it, have a guillotine that hangs over their head with a trip trigger. And it can go off at any time. And we're powerless to stop it. We're powerless to stop it. That's the whole theory behind this. Without power. There is nothing that we can do as humans. There is no human power. Okay? That's the close of, in fact, the chapter. Prior to that, more about alcoholism. Once more, the alcoholic at certain times has no effective mental defense against the first drink.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
His defense must come from a power other than himself. So the assignment is the reading I gave you. And also it would continue with the reading of 9 through 16 then, as part of the Step 2 assignment. And to write out your current concept of God. If you've not done that, if you've not literally written out your current concept of God, I really encourage you to do that. And you go, oh, resist. Yeah, I know who God. I mean, I don't believe in God. Whatever it is, okay? Try it. Put it down on paper. Try to articulate, who is your God today? Okay? Where does your God live? What are the attributes of God? Who is your God? Not who is the God of the preacher. Not the God of your parents, not the God of your spouse, not the God of the textbook, not the God that you would like to have. No. What do you really believe in the deepest heart? In your deepest soul, in your deepest gut? What do you really believe? And that sets us up for this question then on page 47. Do I now believe, or am I willing to believe, that there is a power greater than myself? Simple question. Do I believe? And if I don't, the chapter, is We Agnostics. And an agnostic is a person who says, I don't know whether there's a God or not. It comes from a Greek term meaning gnosis, meaning knowledge. I don't know whether there's a God or not. An atheist comes from the Latin word theist, a meaning not, that I believe that there is no God. That's what I believe as an atheist. Okay? The chapter isn't to the atheist, although Bill uses the term agnostics and atheists, and then suggests that they be willing to open their minds up because they don't want to be fettered by superstition or prejudice. He uses that wonderful word, fettered. You know what that means? Think of a Spanish dungeon and the chains on the wall. Those are fetters that hold you, bind you. And he puts it in the same paragraph with the example of Columbus. Now, in the time of Columbus, the world believed that the world was flat. Therefore, they never sailed out beyond the horizon because they would fall off. So they believed a lie and couldn't discover the truth. Okay? Columbus said, no, I believe differently. I believe that the world is round, and therefore I'm going to sail out there. He did. He found the truth because he set aside the prejudice. He came back, and the entire world was transformed. Okay? As long as you believe a lie, you can't discover the truth. But as soon as you are willing to open your mind up and set aside whatever you're fettered by, you're able to discover the truth. Okay. So it says, do I believe now, or am I willing to believe? So even it's a willingness to believe. That's the first of the second step questions. They're not rhetorical. They need to be answered. The next is on page 53. It says, when we became alcoholics crushed by self-imposed crisis, we could not postpone or evade. Hopefully that's the impact of the first step. Crushed. We had to fearlessly face the proposition that either God is everything, or else he is nothing. God either is or isn't. What is our choice to be? Isn't it interesting? They have just spent 30+% of the book telling us that we have no power of choice, that our will is broken. Okay? And then, as soon as they get into chapter 2, they start asking us to make choices. What's that about? Well, this is about a choice of alcohol in the first half of the first step, and the choice of self in the second half of the first step. This question is not about alcohol and is not about self. It's a decision about God. Now, God is just a three-letter word. It's a symbol. It's a shorthand way of our attempting to communicate and talk about the mystery at the foundation of reality. Do we know what that is? Different cultures have called it different things. Yahweh, Buddha, Yeshiva, source, energy, force. God in the Western culture. But all of those are terms that are shorthand for that which we cannot name. That power that we cannot comprehend. Because it, by definition, is finite. The first cause. That which has not been caused. And we are finite. It's like Sister Alicia in the second grade. Okay? She was trying to explain to us about God. And she said it's like the children that went to the beach with the bucket. And it was their first experience, and they saw the ocean. And they were fascinated. And they played all day, and they had such a great time. And when they had to leave, they wanted to take the ocean home with them. Well, of course. And they only had a bucket. And we're a bucket. Okay? The bucket's this big. The ocean's that big. Our mind is this big. God is that big. Thomas Merton, who's one of my most favorite authors, said that God has no circumference, and yet His center is everywhere. Okay? It's a tremendous reflection. God has no circumference, and yet God's center is everywhere. So, we're not making a decision here. Here we're making a decision about alcohol. We're not making a decision about alcohol or about self. And in the second step, we're making the decision about God. That God is or isn't. And if God is, that God is everything. Okay? It says, what is your choice to make? What is your choice to be? So they're asking us to make a decision. And then it says at the bottom of page 53, and this is critically important. This is critically important. It talks about faith. Arrived at this point, we were squarely confronted with the question of faith. We couldn't duck the issue. Some of us had already walked far over the bridge of reason toward the desired shore of faith. The outlines and the promise of the new land had brought luster to tired eyes and fresh courage to flagging spirits. Friendly hands had stretched out in welcome. We were grateful that reason had brought us so far, but somehow we couldn't quite step ashore. Perhaps we had been leaning too heavily on reason that last mile, and we did not like to lose our support. What is faith? What is faith, if it's so important? Well, clearly, faith is not an emotion. Faith is not a feeling that comes from the body. Faith, by definition, is not a product of the mind. Faith is a belief in something that hasn't been substantiated. So what is faith? Faith is, I believe, a decision. It's an act of the will. You see, we're born and gifted with free will. We can choose. We can't choose about alcohol, and we can't choose about ourselves, but we can choose about God. This is the glory of the free will. This is the act of the free will, to choose about God. Okay? But notice how empty that is. I make a decision based on their suggestion. What is your choice to be? I make a decision that there is a God. I have no information that substantiates that, and I have no necessarily warm feeling about that. I merely make a decision, an act of the will. That's why I believe Bill suggests that people of faith have courage. Because once you make that decision, then you live your life as if it's true. And that's trust. Faith is the decision. Trust is acting as if it's true, whether or not you feel the presence of God. Whether or not you're convinced intellectually that there is a God. You've made a decision and you're going to live your life according to that decision. That's faith. That takes us through the hard times. That takes us through the hard times. Because when bad things happen to good people, or when I'm depressed and not feeling well, or when I'm desolate and nothing can console me, I still can say to myself, I've made a decision and I'm going to act as if. And that's faith. And that takes courage. And that's the second step question. The first is, do you believe or are you willing to believe? What is your choice? The second is God or isn't God? If a person isn't able to go on from here with a commitment, a willingness to believe that there is a God, I cannot continue to work with them. Okay? Because it's the foundation of the balance of the program. Otherwise, it's just another self-help book. And it takes us to another tape. All right, glad you're all back from the break, and we'll continue our discussion about step 2. We're at the heart of the matter here. We asked ourselves that question on page 45, where and how are we to find that power? And on 55, 10 pages later, after taking us through a lot of rational stuff and taking us through, in fact, the commitment to an act of faith twice, pages 47 where they ask the question about willingness, and page 53 where they ask the question, what is your choice to be? They then answer that question, where and how are we to find that power? It says, sometimes we had to search fearlessly. Middle of page 55. That sounds like how. But he was there. He was much a fact as we were. We found the great reality, initial caps. That's always an indication of a synonym for power or God, where it has the initial letters capitalized. We found the great reality deep down within us. That sounds like where. In the last analysis, it is only there that it may be found. He may be found. The next paragraph says that you need to sweep away prejudice. Hello, set aside prayer. Enables you to think honestly. That sounds like how. Encourage you to search diligently. That sounds like how. Within yourself. That sounds like where. Then, if you wish, you can join us on the broad highway. Interesting initial caps, broad highway. With this attitude, it says. Finally defining attitude. Searching fearlessly, searching diligently, thinking honestly. That's the attitude. You cannot fail. This is the promise of the second step. With this attitude, you cannot fail. The consciousness of your belief is sure to come to you. The consciousness of your belief is sure to come to you. Okay. So, once again, the symbol of AA is just magnificent because it does represent one aspect of a description of God, as far as I'm concerned, and that is the circle. The circle has no beginning and has no end, but it encompasses everything. Known in a $6 word as transcendence. That is not in the big book. Okay. The Al-Anons have added a symbol to the AA symbol. AA's is the circle with the triangle inside. Al-Anon is the triangle with the circle inside. Isn't that interesting? It's just the reverse, but it actually is a counterpart or complement to the transcendence, where you have God deep down inside of you. The circle, once again, deep down inside of the triangle, the human being, which is the immanence, meaning another $6 word for the presence of this power deep down inside of you, and us deep down inside of it, whatever it is. Okay? Two concepts that I like to think about and reflect about in terms of my relationship to this power. That, in fact, the power that I have, higher power other than me, is closer to me than the breath I breathe. Okay? And another 14th century or 15th century mystic said, in between God and me, there is no in between. Okay? And again, God is closer to me than I am to myself. These are powerful reflections that can take you into a meditation and kind of sort of stimulate some thought about what is this. Knowing that, we'll never define the mystery. We'll never define the mystery. But the final assignment of step 2 is, once you've done all this work, the reading, the writing, the praying, the thinking, okay, the highlighting, is then to write out the attributes you need your God to have. What attributes do you need your God to have? Attributes meaning what characteristics, what facets. Like a diamond has many facets on it. What do you want your God to look like? Well, clearly, if I have no power, I want a powerful God. And anticipating the third step, we turned our life and our will over to the care of God. I need a caring God. Personal. Okay? And then each of you will define it in your own way. And that's what the book encourages us to do. That's what broke it open for Bill when Ebby Thatcher said to him, doesn't matter what you think. Create your own God. Your own concept of God is sufficient, even if it's inadequate, because any concept of God is inadequate by definition. So, create your own God. We won't tell you what God is for you. AA is beautiful that way. Okay? It can be totally personal. Isn't it interesting that the how actually suggested searching fearlessly and searching diligently and thinking honestly. Searching coming from the will, an action, a decision to action. Searching twice, thinking once. And I think it's the act of the will, the decision, that brings us closer to a power other than ourselves than thinking about it. Okay. And at the very end of the page, the chapter, page 57, it says circumstances made him willing. Yeah, the circumstances of really seeing the first step. On page 30, it says in the first step, conceded to our innermost self that we were alcoholic. It doesn't say getting the information. It doesn't say making a statement. It doesn't say reading. It says conceding to our innermost self, in the marrow of your bones, in the deepest part of your soul, embracing the reality of your hopelessness and your doom. It says, He has come to all who have honestly sought Him, but when we drew near to Him, He disclosed Himself to us, filled with promises, but conditional. Here are the conditions. He has come to all who have honestly sought him. Honestly sought. When we drew near to him, seeking, you see, he disclosed himself to us. Forgive the male orientation language. Of course, this was written in the 30s. Today, we write and talk with more inclusive language. God, of course, is not male or female, but it's just a shorthand way of our talking about this mystery that we can't talk about. All right. So, now we transition to the third step. Made a decision. Whoa, here we are again. Step 1 said we don't have any power of decision about alcohol and about self. Step 2 says we have to make a decision about God. And step 3 says we suggest you make a decision for God. Made a decision to turn our will and our lives, our will, everything that we want, our lives, everything that we have, sounds to me like 100%, over to the care of God. Let's not overlook that word, care of God, as we understood him in italics. So my instructions are to read pages 58 through 64 and highlight, 63 and highlight them, and to read chapter 3 from the 12 and 12 and highlight that. On page 62, then, it also suggests several relationships. If we're going to have a decision to turn our will and our life over to this God as we understand him, what kind of relationship are we going to have? That's what they're asking us to do. It says on page 62, we had to quit playing God. Why? It didn't work. We decided that in this drama of life, God was going to be our director, our principal, our father, and on the next page it refers to employer and maker or creator. 5 different relationships. I was asked to define those 5 relationships and their opposites. So the opposite of director is actor, of principal is agent, of father is child, of employer is employee, and of maker or creator is creature or made. That's the opposite. And to define those 10 words, and then to pick one of those relationships as the relationship that I was going to go through the balance of the work with. Now, since then, I have had people who've chosen other relationships that aren't described here. You get to create your own. I had an engineer who talked about the great engineer. I had a doctor who talked about healer. I had a woman who talked about lover. Pick your own relationship. Describe it. Okay? It says most good ideas are simple, and this concept is the keystone. So Bill is now continuing with an architectural analogy. He started with step 1 as the foundation stone, and I failed to mention the architectural allusion in the second step is to the cornerstone. Said that decision is the cornerstone that we place on the foundation that sets the direction of the entire structure. The foundation, the cornerstone, is the second step, setting the direction of the entire structure. The building blocks are the 4th step. The cement, the elements that go into that, are the common problem, common solution from other parts of the big book. And then it says at the apex of the arch, at the top of the arch, is the keystone, the 3rd step, that holds it all together. My sponsor calls it the linchpin. Those mechanically inclined. A linchpin has several pieces and parts coming together that has a pin that holds it all together from flying apart. The keystone is the same concept in architectural analogy. It's the keystone on the arch that holds the whole arch from crumbling down. That's the importance of the 3rd step. And Then we take a look at the promises on page 63 of the third step. It says, when we sincerely took this position of this new relationship, all sorts of remarkable things followed. We had a new employer, a new father, a new mother, a new lover, a new creator, a new friend, a new healer, okay? Whatever your word is. Being all-powerful clearly has to be the foundational ingredient to this concept of God that we develop, having power. Being all-powerful, He provided what we needed. Hear that. It didn't say He provided what we wanted. It said He provided what we needed. Two conditions. If we kept close to Him and performed His work well. What does that mean? If we kept close to Him. Prayer and meditation, 11th step. Performed His work well. Service to others, 12th step. So let me reread it. God provides what I need if I pray and meditate and serve others. You remember in the first step I said that the heart of the disease, the heart of the spiritual malady, is self-centeredness. Okay? You've seen many people go out after 1 year, 5 years, 15 years, 25 years. Why is that? Because they stopped going to meetings? I don't think so. I don't think so. Now, Bill has an example on page, well, I don't know what page it is. It's 37 or something like that with Jim's story. Okay? Jim recovered from this disease and got his family back and got his work back and was feeling terrific. And what does it say? He failed to enlarge his spiritual life. Well, what does that mean? On page 14 in Bill's story, at the very bottom of page 14, it says, if we fail to perfect and enlarge our spiritual life, I love the integrity of this book. The words it uses in one area, the concepts and principles it expresses in one area are consistently held throughout the book. He says in Jim's story, he failed to enlarge his spiritual life, and then in his own story on page 14 he says, if you fail to perfect and enlarge your spiritual life, same phrase, same concept. And I used to think that was prayer and meditation. Fail to enlarge your spiritual life means you have one. Okay? And it says, it goes on to say, through work and self-sacrifice for others. I never connected the two. I never connected the two. That my spiritual life is in fact enlarged and perfected by my other-centeredness, by my service to other people. Service in my family, service in my community, service in my work, my community including church and AA and whatever else. Okay? Other-centeredness is the solution. He provided what we needed. If we kept close to Him, prayer and meditation, and performed His work well. 12th step. Now here are the promises. Established on such a footing, we became less and less interested in ourselves. Now, hear the contrast to this list of promises to the promises of page 52, the bedevilments, the promises of the spiritual malady, the promises of self-centeredness that I read, the bedevilments. Hear the contrast. Established on such a footing, we became less and less interested in ourselves. But also hear the process. I already described my process. It was not a light switch that went on when I did the work of the steps after coming into AA and being sober for a while. It was, in fact, like a dimmer switch, that rheostat that goes up a notch at a time, and the lights got brighter. But it took a long time. William James in Varieties of Religious Experience, which is quoted in the Appendix 2 on page 569, he says that this is an educational process. Unlike Bill's, which was a mystical experience. Instant, light switch, boom, mountaintop, white light, wind blowing through him, immediate transformation. His first thought, he had just detoxed. His first thought was, how can I go out and help somebody else? Well, that wasn't my first thought. Okay? It took a long while. I told you, I was 10 years sober before I really developed a passion for helping others through this work. Became less and less interested in ourselves, our little plans and designs. More and more we became interested in seeing what we could contribute to life. As we felt new power flow in, as we enjoyed peace of mind, as we discovered we could face life successfully, as we became conscious of His presence, hear the promises, but hear the process. We began to lose our fear of today, tomorrow, or the hereafter, it says in the book. What does that mean? Death, our fear of death. And then the final line, it says, we are reborn. Okay. In other places it says we get to recreate our lives. Then they spend some time on the prayer. I was asked to write out my own third step prayer, to take the principles of this prayer and write my own prayer based on those principles. The benefit of that is not to improve the third step prayer in the big book. It's an incredibly well put together prayer. The object of that assignment is for me to understand that third step prayer. Because when I take it apart and have to put it in those principles in my own words, obviously I have to understand it, or attempt to understand it, and struggle with the words. Okay? And I found that to be a very beneficial experience. And I was warned to look further on that page after the prayer, and this was before, in fact, we took it. I was preparing my assignment, to the lines that says, we thought well before taking this step. Think about it, reflect on it. That we could at last abandon ourselves utterly to Him. It's interesting they use the term utterly to Him, abandon ourselves utterly to Him. And keep in mind, my own experience and perspective on this is that we're powerless under each step. I am powerless to abandon myself utterly to God, of course. And it goes down further and says, voicing it without reservation. Of course I can't do that. But I'm willing to be taken to that place. I'm willing to be taken to a place of 100%. I'm not 100%, and I'm powerless over that. But I'm willing to be taken to 100%. But here it uses the term, we could at last abandon ourselves utterly to Him, in contrast to the phrase that describes the spiritual malady, our human resources, as marshaled by the will, failed utterly in the first step. Okay? It suggests that we take this third step with another person, and I will invite those of you who would like to join me in the third step prayer after we have some questions here. Let me just make sure that I've covered everything that I think I want to cover. I was struggling with this question about grace and willingness. It's clearly a grace that I recovered. It was removed from me without my knowing that I had a problem and without asking for an answer. Okay? But I was clearly willing to respond to the hospital when they said, don't drink. And once I acknowledged that I might have a drinking problem, because I answered a question very honestly, what is your relationship with alcohol? And I wrote it out for the first time, age 43, reflecting on it for the first time. That's what broke it open for me. At the conclusion of writing out the ad infinitum that I told you about, I came to this conclusion, strong conclusion. I might have a drinking problem. That was the extent of it. Well, they said, well, if that's the case, why don't you go to a meeting? It was in this room. It's my home group. And on Wednesday night in Minstag. And I came in the meeting, and they were sitting in a circle. And they said, I'm Joe, I'm an alcoholic. I'm Sam, I'm an alcoholic. I'm John, an alcoholic. Well, I'm a quick studier. I got in the room and I watched it. I'm Herb, exploring being an alcoholic. They did just that. Okay, they laughed so gently and with such welcome. I knew, wow, moved me, that I knew that they were not laughing at me, that they were welcoming me in some acknowledging way. And I came back, and after about 3 or 4 weeks, then I, of course, I'm Herb, I'm an alcoholic. But you see, there was a grace and a willingness. And which comes first? It's like the chicken or the egg. It's an insolvable problem, but I took it into meditation and I came up with a phrase I'd like to share with you. I was taken to a place of willingness. Hear the grace of that. I was taken to a place of willingness. That's grace. But I was willing to be taken. See, there's my cooperation. My God is a very gentle and a very polite God. It will not, this Spirit does not come to me unless I am open and willing and ready and cooperative. Now, I don't have to be a whole bunch willing and open and ready and cooperative. Bill says, just open the door in the 12 and 12. Just open the door a little bit in the second step by willing to believe. Just open that door a little crack and the Spirit can come in there. Okay, that's the invitation. And will come in, that's the promise. All right. What I'd like to do now is end the tape. Can we do that?
Sure.
Hi, I'm Herb. I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Herb.
Hi, welcome back from lunch. What I'd like you to do is turn to the first page, the prayer page, and recenter ourselves in the presence of that God that we are seeking with full confidence in faith that in the very seeking we've found that God. And join me in saying and praying the set-aside prayer. God, please let me set aside everything that I think I know about myself, my brokenness, my spiritual path, and you, God, for an open mind and a new experience with myself, my brokenness, my spiritual path, and especially you, God. Just before lunch, we prayed together the third step prayer from the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I want to point out that that prayer does not have an amen at the end. Isn't that interesting? Now, it's uncomfortable for us to pray a prayer and to conclude it without saying amen. Because amen means concluded. So be it. Why do you think the third step prayer doesn't have an amen at the end? Well, the answer is, I believe, because it's not the end of that process. It is the beginning. It opens us up to the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th step. And you will note when we get there that the 7th step prayer has an amen. So I believe that that's a process in parentheses that begins with the third step, clears out by naming the character defects in 4, by publicly stating those character defects and witnessing to our brokenness in the 5th step, acknowledging that underneath it we are powerless to do anything about it. In the 6th step, naming those character defects that we have struggled with over the years and that are still present in us. And acknowledging once again that we're powerless. And then, in full acknowledgement of that, praying the prayer, my Creator. And I believe that it starts that way because We are addressing Creator who made us this way, Creator who can change us. And the end of the prayer then is Amen. And we'll get to that when I talk about the seventh step. I didn't share with you an experience concerning this third step, which was pretty powerful. When I was preparing to do this third step, the second time in 1991, I had had a transformation in 1988. I knew that these steps were powerful. I knew and expected that there would be some effect from the step work itself. I didn't actually realize that there would be a specific impact at any one particular step. But I knew that they were, and I was committed to it. But I struggled, as I mentioned, with this concept of faith. And in meditation, I came up with that phrase, that prayer, I was taken to a place of willingness, but I was willing to be taken, that doesn't solve the problem at all. Doesn't solve it at all. It just merely states it. But it states it in a way that I go, oh, okay, I'll leave it alone now. Okay. But at the same time, I was thinking about the decision to surrender in the third step, and thinking about faith as, quote, has talked about in philosophy, the leap of faith. And so I had done all of my assignments, and I had met with my step guide, and I had done the writing and the reflecting and the prayers and the discussion, as is the process. And I was ready to take the third step on my own. And I thought, well, it was kind of like a Greek athlete prepares, you know, how they actually shaved their legs, the runners, because they wanted to go fast, and they shaved all the hair off, and they oiled themselves up to be able to, you know, spring and strive and have the strength to do what they needed to do to compete. And I saw this as a leap, okay, a leap from the bridge of reason to the shore of faith, as the analogy in the big book. If you're familiar with the Vincent Thomas Bridge, think about the Vincent Thomas Bridge that goes from San Pedro to Long Beach. It's a beautiful bridge. But what if it only went 3/4 of the way? And you walked along the bridge from San Pedro to the end of the bridge, and 1/4 of it's missing, and you could see the shore of Long Beach. But you couldn't get there. That's what they mean by the bridge of reason will take you only so far. And I thought, well, then the leap of faith will get me from the end of the bridge to the shore. And I spent some substantial time in meditation with this kind of reflection and thought after having done all that preparation. And I felt like that Greek athlete that was fully oiled and glistening in the sun, ready and willing at the end of my meditation, yes, cracks me open, to make that leap of faith. And before I could do that, I found myself transported in the hand of God to the shore of faith. And it was like I was so startled. I had made a decision to be willing to do it, but you see, grace once again operated in my life. And I was powerless over making that leap, but power entered my life and moved me from the bridge to the shore. Well, when I became aware of what was happening, it startled me such that I go, did I drink too much coffee this morning? You know? And of course that broke the moment. But I can still remember that being moved. And it exemplifies that if we lean gently into this process, you see, we don't grab the steps by the throat and shake it and give me sobriety and give me a spiritual awakening. That's not it at all. We take whatever we are, whoever we are, with our experience and our information and our willingness and our unwillingness. The big book says that some of these we balk. My experience is at all of these we balk. Balk means we stop for a period of time, and then we start again. But just lean gently into this process. Lean gently into these steps. Stay gently pressed up against it. And the Spirit then envelops us. Just envelops us. And brings us along gently. That's my experience with this. So, then it says on page 63, next, we launched out on a course of vigorous action, the first step of which is a personal house cleaning. So get the concept here. The whole course of vigorous action is not just the fourth step. It says the first step of this course of vigorous action is the personal house cleaning. That's what leads me to believe that the third step opens us up to the beginning of the process, and the seventh step ends that process to deal with us. Of course, 8 and 9 then takes us out into the community. The first step of which is a personal house cleaning. And then it talks about the nature of the personal house cleaning. In your binder, you will see that there are many prayers. This is the next item is a resentment prayer. It's not a prayer to have resentments. It's a prayer to see the truth about our resentments. And it's a prayer that I've constructed from the words in the big book. This isn't, of course I made up the prayer, but none of the words in there are mine. They're all just an aggregation from the big book. The big book is filled with prayers. Anytime it says, we ask God. Anytime it says to talk to God, that's prayer. And so I took those words and I made a prayer because I know I'm powerless to see the truth. Because for 48 years, 5 years in AA, I came in at 43. For 48 years, I did not see the truth. I was in Alcoholics Anonymous, restless, irritable, and discontent. The only thing that had changed is I wasn't drinking. But I was still doing everything else that I was doing prior to coming into AA. I mean everything. Nothing had been modified. Okay? It's a wonder I stayed sober. And the book, in fact, promises that if I continued that behavior, I wouldn't stay sober. We'll talk about that in more detail when we get into the inventory. So, the very first time I did the fourth step was in my first year. And my sponsor said, get a big book and read it and work the steps. Yeah, that was his direction. And he had me calling me every day. And he's a great guy, and he's got a great program, and he's got just this connection with common sense and how to live life. So he was a great sounding board for me. And so I did the first 3 steps on my own. Excuse me. And then he said, do the 4th step. And so I read the big book. I couldn't figure it out. Then I read the 12 and 12. There were no instructions in there. Great commentary. No instructions. I got the Hazelton guide. I got the guide from the hospitals. I got the guide from AA. And I'm sort of an academically oriented person. I laid it all out, and I was going to do this comprehensive 4th step. And you know what I did? Nothing. I couldn't get started. I was immobilized, okay? A paralysis by analysis, all right? And so my sponsor gave up, and he said, okay, Herb, do an autobiography. He knew me. Okay, I'm a fairly committed narcissist. And that's not a compliment, by the way. And so I wrote about myself. And what happened was I wrote a script of behavior. Now, it was the best I could do, and the big book says we tell someone all, in italics, our life story. But what it was superficial. It was a script of my behavior. It was not, as the big book asks us to do, look at the underlying causes and conditions. Look at the exact nature of our character defects. Identify your belief systems, your motives, and your values. No, 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 no. It was a script of behavior, which I read, and in the last paragraph, I concluded that, I might be somewhat selfish. Yeah. It was laughable. It was so, but you know what? I was willing to do the best I could do. And I read it to him, and I went on to do the balance of the steps, and in the 9th step, because I hadn't had any type of spiritual awakening and no insight at all into my troubles are of my own making, and selfishness, self-centeredness is the root of my problem. I had not a clue of that. But I did know that I hurt some people. I went around and I said, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It was a very sorry 9th step. Okay? And as the result of doing all of this work in my first year of doing the steps, you know what happened? Nothing. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. Now, I stayed around. I got into service and I did that stuff. So in 1988, this man took me through the book and he had me do, he gave me some specific directions. It was very much like the Virginia coal miners, where you see them with those hard hats and the light in the front. And it was very much like he had put this hat on with these instructions in this process, and because he had walked the path himself specifically and had had a transforming experience himself, he was able to flick the light on for me, and I was able to see the instructions in the big book. He couldn't walk the walk for me. He couldn't give me his experience, but he could shine the light on the path that he himself had walked and show me how to walk it, and wow, and walk with me along that path. But I had to walk the path so that I could have my own experience. He never once tried to give me his experience. He gave me his instructions, and he held my hand, figuratively speaking, along that path. Okay? He gave me the dignity of having my own experience. Never once telling me what my God should look like, what my surrender should look like, how much to put into my 4th step. He told me what to put into my 4th step based on the instructions in the big book, or how much time to spend on it. He just said, I will work as hard as you do, Herb, but no harder. And that's what I say to the people I work with. I will work as hard as you, but no harder. Okay? I will return every call you make to me. I will not initiate. Okay? If somebody gets hopelessly lost, I will give them one call. But that's it. And so he asked me to read the material on pages 63 through 67, which is all the material on the resentment inventory. And what we see there is what I illustrated on the board earlier, is that selfishness, self-centeredness is the root of our problem, and anger as held in our emotions and soul and the core of our being turned into resentment. There's nothing wrong with anger. It's a natural phenomena in response to threat, as is fear. What is wrong with it is when we hold it for days, weeks, years in my case, and it turns into resentment. The word resentment comes from the root sentire in Latin, meaning to feel, re meaning again, to feel again and again and again. And when I thought about my father, I had murderous thoughts. Okay? He was 6'5", 280 pounds, and a mean drunk. And he always wanted to fight me, and he never brought his paycheck home. Well, he regularly didn't bring his paycheck home. And he was abusive. I mean, that's one of the reasons I was asked at lunch, why did I go in the seminary? One of the reasons was to escape a house of chaos. Okay? And there's lots of other reasons also. So anger turned into resentment, fear, and sex are the 3 major parts of the inventory. Then I put up there dishonesty, secret, guilt, and shame as part of the instructions that I give. as well as that I asked my people to read chapter 4 from the 12 and 12, which is a description of the, is a commentary on the fourth step. Okay. So it says then at the bottom of page 64, we listed people, institutions, or principles with whom we were angry. Very clear instructions. We listed, meaning pen and paper. It doesn't mean we think about. People, institutions, or principles. Now, the first time I did the work, I really focused pretty much on people. The second time, I included some institutions like the seminary and the Catholic Church and the IRS and the draft system and some things like that. And then in the third time I did the work, I was brought to a place of insight to more principles. I had resentment about the principle of fidelity. Don't you know who I am? Why should I be boundaried by restrictions that you all are? Because I'm exempt. Okay? Honesty, integrity. Okay? So those I had some resentments about. It says we listed them. And it shows us on page 65, a matrix, 3 columns. We asked ourselves why we were angry, the cause. Now, what I was asked to do was to make that list in 2 ways. One, a spontaneous dump from your head, your heart, and your gut. Just sit down in prayer and write out the names. Boom, 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 boom. People, institutions, and principles. No judgment, no filter, no definition. Just list it. Once I've done the spontaneous dump, then to go back in buckets of time, in a chronology. And my buckets of time, everybody's will be different. Mine, 0 to 5. My father had enlisted in the service. Canada had gone to war. That's where I was born, in conjunction with England against Germany. And he was overseas until the war was over in 1945. Then he came back. So I can see him coming back, and that's a parenthesis that works for me. Then we lived in Vancouver, Canada from 5 to 11, and that's a parenthesis. I could look around that time, teachers, parents, siblings, relatives, classmates, sports, athletic kind of thing. And then we moved down to Los Angeles at age 11. So 11 and 12, I lived in Los Angeles. The same thing. I got a job actually as a paper boy, so I added that to the list: employers and customers. And I looked, and I looked around. See, was there anything? I'm not looking now. I'm not looking for minnows. I'm not using a little sieve. I'm hunting with a tuna net. Okay? I'm looking for the big stuff, my grosser handicaps. There's plenty of time for the little stuff. Okay? But I'm looking for the big stuff. And then I found that I could analyze each year as I got into high school. Freshmen, girlfriends, boyfriends, coaches, teachers. And I looked around. Was there anything that popped? Was I holding anything that just burned in my stomach, that gave me a clenched jaw or a bad feeling? Okay? That's a resentment. There's about 12 synonyms in this discussion here in the big book for synonyms: sore, grouch, brainstorm, and things like that. I was asked to look at those and to define them so that I got a full feel for what resentment was. I had a real hard time trying to identify what a resentment was. And I talked to my sponsor, and I talked to my step guide, and I talked at meetings, and I talked to friends, and I couldn't identify, what is a resentment? I don't have any resentments, man. I was a theologian, I was a psychologist, I have therapy, I've got all this self-help. I don't have resentments. And then I'm getting dressed to go to work. And I told you I was having a lot of trouble at work, and they were trying to throw me out after 21 years. And I was getting dressed. And you know how you do? You have these little flashes, kind of like a video of coming events. And I had in my mind this man who was the leader of the band, who I was angry with, who was trying to throw me out. And he was standing in front of me, and I whipped out one of these straight razors, and I cut open his stomach, and his guts fell on the ground. And I go, ooh, that's a resentment. And it broke it open for me. Okay, it broke it open. I go, oh, yeah, deep anger. Then I saw my father and my coach and some teachers and lots of employers. I've got lots of authority problems. And so that, I had 85 people on my list. 85 people. So then it says, once you've done that, identify the cause. Well, my father beat my sister. My father threw a knife at my mother. My father wanted to fight me all the time. So I listed those separate, qualitatively different causes. So I numbered it, Dad, 1. Not that he was the most important, although he turned out to be, but that he was just the first one that I took off the list and numbered it, 1. And I put down A, he threw a knife at my mother, B, he beat my sister, C, he wanted to fight me all the time, D, he didn't show up for any of my games, and on and on and on, okay? Until I had A through maybe T on my father. Yeah, that many resentments, okay? D, that's probably the hardest one for me, which I had worked on in therapy, I had worked on in men's groups, I had worked on in retreats, I had worked on weekends, I had done lots of work around my father, and no resolution. Some relief, no resolution. And I'll talk about that in a minute. And then I went to the next item, mother, number 2, and I did A through M, and I went to my wife, A through Z. Okay? Well, those closest to you are the ones you hate the most. And like that. So this is setting up the first and second column. Then I was given instructions on this third column, and let me read it from the big book. It says, in most cases, it was found that our self-esteem, our pocketbooks, our ambitions, our personal relationships, including sex, were hurt or threatened. Those are the verbs, hurt or threatened. So we were sore, we were burned up, synonyms for resentment. On our grudge list, synonym for resentment. We set opposite each name our injuries, first column, second column. Isn't it interesting they repeat it? This is pretty important stuff. Do you need some more towels there?
No.
Okay. This is pretty important stuff. First and second column is repeated, but then they repeat the third column. Was it our self-esteem, our security, our ambitions, our personal or sex relations which had been interfered with? New verb. So it's hurt, threatened, or interfered with. And then it lists in the third column one word, sex relations, self-esteem, fear in brackets, sex relations, self-esteem, fear in brackets, security, personal relations, etc., all the way down. Well, when I did that, at the instruction in 1988, I put the one word down. I saw no truth. Because I used a word I didn't really understand, and there was no elaboration of it. So in 1991, and that's why I say this is a process, and I was more awake, and I had a different step guide, so I had a different experience. He gave me the basis of the template that you have in your binder. And it's called the Step 4, Column 3 worksheet. And I take those 7 variables that we just talked about from the big book, and I define them. Now, these are my definitions, not from the big book. But they helped me understand what did they mean by self-esteem. It is not the psychological self-esteem. It is the AA self-esteem. And so I put in parentheses what I mean by self-esteem. My idea or belief about who I am. Not who I want to be. Not who I think I am. Hear the subtlety of that. Not who my mother wants me to be, or father, or employer, or spouse. No. Who am I really? And so the prompter there is to start out by saying, I am. Well, I had a resentment for Bob. This is the guy whose stomach I relieved of his intestines. Okay? He was the leader of the guy trying to throw me out of work. Bob, when I resented Bob, first column, for trying to get me fired, second column. I fill out the template. Did it hurt, threaten, or interfere with? The 3 verbs in the book. Self-esteem. I am a superior employee. Okay? That is my belief system. How dare he, after my 21 years and all my contribution, I'm a senior officer in the company, how dare he try to throw me out? Doesn't he know who I am? Well, his answer was, yeah, I do. So, I said, I am a superior person. Okay? My fear is, and you notice it said fear is bracketed, and that's in the 3rd column here, and in the fear inventory. It references that. That's why I do it this way, because it reveals more truth. My fear is that I'm not. Pride. How do I want others to see me? See, I define it. Pride is, how do I want others? Self-esteem is, how do I see me? Pride is, how do I want you to see me? Well, I want you to see me as superior. I want you to see me as a guru. I want you to see me as just, that man walks on water. Okay, that's how I want you to see me. Ambition, what do I want? In the case of work, I wanted to run the office. Okay, I was a candidate for it, and I really wanted to run the office because I wanted to control it. Security, what did I need? I need control. I don't want anybody looking over my shoulder. I don't want to be accountable to anybody. Personal relations, at work, it's my colleagues. How should my colleagues, although it says friends, this is a flexible template. My fellow employees should, when I walk into a room, they should part and allow me to walk down the middle. Yeah, see, I pushed it. I actually did believe that. You see, once I started looking at this in prayer, I actually saw the truth that I really did believe that I wanted them to be awestruck in my presence. Yeah. Sex relations has nothing to do with genital sex. Okay? I believe. It has everything to do with gender. My beliefs about men and women. Because in fact there's a whole inventory on sex, so they wouldn't include it here in the resentment area. Okay? Because that'll come up anyway as a resentment. If you have a resentment connected to sex, it'll come up as a resentment and you'll analyze it this way. So I interpret that to mean gender. What is my belief system about men? What is my belief system about women? Well, real men should always be comrades. Real men lock arms shoulder to shoulder and walk down to the war. Real men support one another. Real men respect power. Real men are real men are not intimidated by threat. That's my belief system, okay? I'm talking about doing this in 1988. Obviously, my belief system has changed. So whatever I say now, don't hold it against me. This is the first time, I'm revealing to you the first time I did the work in 1988. Real women, and that's why I gave it this preface, real women are servants to men. Real women are nice to have around. Real women should cater to me. Real women are not really that competent. This was my belief system. Yeah. And is it any wonder that women had a problem with me? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't that cute. Right? Pocketbook. Anything of value. It might be money, but you might have a resentment because somebody diminished me. I love that word diminish. No one should do anything that interferes with or diminishes my opportunity to make as much money as possible in this particular situation. So you see how I did that? And you see how that gets to the exact nature of my resentment? Okay? Now the third column is a belief system. The third column is what I really do believe. Okay? The third column is in fact, in Technicolor, a description of the false self. The third column, as it turns out, is the lie that I believe to be the truth. And fettered to the lie, remember Columbus? I could never see the truth about me. Despite my training in the seminary, despite my efforts at psychology and personal therapy, despite my efforts at self-help, I could never break through because this was my belief system and I held on to it with a death grip. Now, I did not know that. And the thing that kills us is not knowing what we don't know. This column reveals to me what I don't know about me and my belief systems. Okay? And it cracked me. I was 9 years sober, 1991? No, 7 years sober when I did this work. And it cracked me open at a new level. The first time I did it in 1988, I did as good a job as I could. I did not see the third column, but I did see the fourth column. We're going to talk about that in a minute. And that's what cracked me open in 1988, was the fourth column. My role, my responsibility, how I brought the trouble in my life directly. I was responsible. I had never taken responsibility. It was always my wife. If she was better, prettier, richer, faster, smarter, I would in fact have been much better off. If my job was, and my work and all my teachers, if the school, my parents, if everything around me had been better, I would of course been better. And I didn't take any responsibility for my life, despite all of that training. Now, you talk about mentally deficient. I never knew how well it framed me, how well it defined me, mentally defective. Okay? At the core. It's not a judgment, it's not a negative statement. I'm not beating myself up. I'm observing reality. I'm observing who I was, how I operated, where I walked, and how I affected people. Okay. Well, having seen this, at the bottom it says, we went back through our lives, nothing counted but thoroughness and honesty. When we were finished, we considered it carefully. See how clear these directions are? The first thing was that others were wrong, but that's where we usually stopped, in the third column. And now it makes a transition, a very important one on page 66. It says, it is plain that a life which includes deep resentment. Well, I was given the instruction to look at my resentments, and I had 85 names, and to put an X or a check mark by the deep ones. I had 8. I had 8. That's important to me, it's not to you. I had 8 resentments, and that were very deep. My father, a coach, my mother, my wife, many employers. And it said, it is plain that a life which includes deep resentment leads only to futility and unhappiness. To the precise extent that we permit these, do we squander the hours that might have been worthwhile. But with the alcoholic, whose hope is the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment is infinitely grave. We found it is fatal. It'll put you in the grave. And the reason is, for when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit. Remember page 55? It said that God, this higher power, this Spirit, whatever you want to call it, this source for us is deep down within us, and that's only where it is. Well, if that's the case, what's blocking it? The obstacles are resentment, fear, and sex to start with, character defects as a more of a manifestation of those resentment, fear, and sex. The insanity then, when we are shaded from the sunlight of the Spirit, if you want to get a suntan, you sit in the sun. You don't sit under an umbrella. If you sit under an umbrella, it will shade you from the sun. Our character defects shade us, block us from the sunlight of the Spirit emanating up through us and out to the world. Okay? The source of light is in us, but we block it by holding on with a death grip to our character defects. Not knowing this. This is not a conscious thing. The term denial is not a judgment term. Once again, it's an observation of reality. It's not a conscious thing that we do. I did not know that I was an alcoholic, despite all the evidence, okay? I was well-intentioned. I did not want to create the chaos that I did. I did not want to hurt the people that I hurt. It wasn't my intention. It's just what happened because I lived out of self-will. Extreme example, run riot. Okay, so it says we turn back to this list where it holds the key to the future. We saw that these resentments must be mastered, it says in that last paragraph. But we could not wish them away any more than alcohol. Powerful line. Let's take a look at that. We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. What does that mean? We are as powerless over our anger as we are over our alcohol, which means we have no power at all. Okay? We can name them in the first, second, and third column, but naming them does not get rid of them. I named them in 1988. I did not have this instruction until 1991, in which the man said, this was our course. Going further on page 66, we realized that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. Wow, that's a paradigm shift. They're not jerks trying to get me. They're spiritually sick. That's a new attitude. Though we did not like their symptoms and the way these disturbed us, first, second, and third column, they, like ourselves, were sick too. Another paradigm shift. They, like ourselves, we put ourselves on their level. They're spiritually sick, we're spiritually sick. Now it shifts into a prayer. Hear it again. We ask God to help us show them. It's a prayer for me. Tolerance, pity. I don't like the term pity, so I changed it to compassion. And patience. When a person offended, we said to ourselves, quote, this is a sick man. How can I be helpful to him? God save me from being angry. Thy will be done. Close quote. Then it goes on in the next paragraph. Says that we don't retaliate, we don't argue because we destroy our chance of being helpful. And this is, in fact, one of the major common themes of the big book. Following the antidote to self-centeredness, being other-centeredness, meaning helpful. God will show us how to take a kindly and tolerant view of each and every one. I was asked to take those words and create a prayer, which I did, and that's in your notebook. And the prayer is right after that third column template. And I was asked to take each one of those 8 deep resentments. Remember, I checked off of the 85, I had 8. And I was asked to pray this prayer, inserting each name once a day, every day, until the resentment was removed. 1991. I had 8 names. I prayed this prayer 8 times, like this. God, Bob, like me, is a spiritually sick person. Please help me to show Bob tolerance, compassion, and patience. Words right from the book with a little translation. Please forgive me for being angry and enable me to stop clinging to this resentment. Please remove this resentment and show me how to take a kindly and tolerant view of Bob. Please show me how I can be helpful to Bob. Thy will be done. Okay? And I did that. I prayed that prayer 8 times, once for each of those 8 people, on my knees, in the morning, every morning, for 2.5 months. And at 2.5 months, I prayed that prayer, and I knew intuitively, in the pit of my heart, that one of those names was gone. And I crossed it off. And over the next 3 weeks, the other 7 melted away like snuff. And I have been given freedom from those resentments. They have never once come back in my inventory. So I did it again in 1994 because I had new resentments, although not as deep. And now I keep it in I have a binder like this as part of my prayer practice, which we'll talk about in the 11th step. And I keep this prayer in my binder, and every morning when I do my prayer practice, I review my heart to see if there's any negative tension about a person. And if there is, and it's deep, then I will pray this prayer until such time as it's been removed. This is a miracle prayer. Anybody who has done this work this way has had the same results. So if you don't want to release your resentments, please do not pray this prayer. Okay. But the big book never lets up. Page 67, it says, referring to our list again, see how clear and specific these directions are? Now we only have 3 columns because that's what it looks like on page 65. But they're going to give us some instructions here, which I've interpreted, as many others have, as a 4th column. Now some people call it the 2nd phase, or another phase, or the last phase of the resentment inventory. I don't care what you call it, just do it. It says, referring to our list again, putting out of our minds the wrongs others had done, we resolutely looked for our own mistakes. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? Okay. Selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened. Though a situation had not been entirely our fault, and we saw that when we did the first 3 columns, we weren't totally to blame. We tried to disregard the other person involved entirely. Boy, that's a shift. That's a new way of looking at reality. And the final question, where are we to blame? The inventory is ours. We listed our faults. We placed them before us in black and white. Tells us to write it. Okay? So we created another template. Template on the 4th column is right after that prayer page. And it went something like this. First of all, because I'm powerless to see the truth, I asked my people to write a little prayer at the top. God, please help me to see my role, or whatever prayer comes to you. When I resented Bob for trying to get me fired, and I had this idea or belief about my role in the 3rd column, my role is a superior person. The role is the role on a stage. Bill likes that analogy, Bill Wilson. A stage. Life is like a stage. You must have got it from Shakespeare, right? And there's a drama going on, and that drama is my resentment. And Bob is on that in that play. And we have our suits on, and we're standing in front of each other, and he's trying to get me fired, and I'm trying to keep my job. That's the drama. That's the role. And in that role, I'm a superior person and offended by his accusations. Is the event true? Okay, not my feelings. Is the event true? Yeah, it happened. In fact, he forced me out of the company. Okay. Then we asked the questions that it said. The big book asked us, where was I selfish? But what do I mean by selfish? Going back to the model that we used at the beginning in the first step, that human beings consist of intellect and will, mind and will, decision-making capabilities, those 2 things, I divided, and once again, this is Herb's definition, not AA's definition, not even a dictionary definition. Selfish, thinking about myself. Self-seeking, acting on my own behalf. Hear the difference? One is thinking, one is doing. Dishonest, misrepresenting myself. I believe the book when it says selfishness, self-centeredness is the root, and from that springs every manifestation of my dysfunction. Afraid, fear of not getting what I want or losing what I have. Hear the centricity of the self here. Where am I to blame? Okay, I'll get to the others in a minute. Selfish, where was I thinking about myself? Well, I didn't really care about Bob or the office or the people in the office. I merely wanted their total adulation. Self-seeking, where was I acting on my own behalf? I was doing everything politically necessary for me to get that job. And I was abusing and using people and my time and the company's time and the company's money to do that. Dishonest. I was misrepresenting myself. I was not as technically capable and as competent as I wanted them to think I was, and I knew that. Where was I afraid? I was afraid of not getting the job. In fact, I was afraid of being fired. Where am I to blame? Okay. My years of accumulated practice of alcoholism had created an insensitive, ambitious, grandiose, narcissistic, and on we could go with the list of my character defects person that was an absolute tornado in that work. Okay? When I walked down the path of my career, I never looked back to see the bodies that were strewn all over the place. This is the price you pay for being in the world. I never looked at it, Here's a trained theologian and a therapeutic-oriented psychologist, right? Very sensitive, compassionate man, right? Wrong. Attila the Hun. Yeah. Okay. So what's happened here? I've transitioned now from the third column to the fourth column, and I'm starting to pick up the responsibility I have for the trouble in my life. And I look at the harm, because in step 8 it says we made a list of harm when we did our fourth step. So I literally take that seriously as long as I'm looking at my role, and I list the harms that I might have created in this situation. Physical, and not all 5 are necessary. I don't think I created Bob any spiritual. I certainly did financial, emotional, and mental, but no physical, even though I wanted to. What harm did I cause other people in and around this? All the colleagues, and his boss, and the company, and they'll say, what harm did I do? So I can list all of those, not to analyze them, but to set it up so that I can have a list to go for when I get to the 8th step later on. It's kind of my efficiency way, and it's a suggestion from the big book. And then it says, list any other fears that I become aware of, because the very next inventory we're going to do is a fear inventory. So as long as I'm into this situation, this drama, okay, this role, is there any other fears that become obvious? So we've got actually 3 sources of fear now. We've got the little brackets on the third column, we've got the 4th question, and we've got this 8th question. So now, what is my real role? What is my real role? At the top I said, coming out of the third column, believing the lie, I said I'm a superior person. After looking at the truth, my role, my responsibility, I can see where I was a callous, grandiose, I won't do that again, right? List of things. So I could see what my real role is. I wasn't a superior person. In fact, I was a very demented person. And I deserved to be terminated from that company. And then I list my character defects, some of which I've alluded to. Okay. That's a powerful, mind-opening process, because it shifts us from blaming everybody else, believing a lie, to taking responsibility, not full responsibility, but the appropriate responsibility for our role in it, and seeing the truth. The third column is the lie. The 4th column is the truth. Okay? Then it suggests that we go on. Notice that fear is bracketed alongside the difficulties. This was the third column, and it's an evil and corroding thread. On page 68, it gives us specific instructions. Once again, in your binder, it has a suggestion for a prayer. And these are words right from the big book. The suggestions are very specific. It said we reviewed our fears thoroughly. Well, that sounds very much like the instructions that we had for the resentment inventory, which was to make a list. So my counsel is to read this, of course, and highlight it. Then we get together, we review it, and then I suggest to the people that they make a list of their fears in the same way. Spontaneous dump from their heart, from their mind, from their gut. And then a more disciplined chronological dump to evaluation, to look through buckets of time. And then once we have a complete list, we take one of those names, it says, we put them on paper, even though we had no resentment in connection with them. We asked ourselves why we had them. The fear inventory is so much more simpler than the resentment inventory. We take the fear and we put it on a piece of paper and we ask, well, why did I have it? Now, I also found that I needed to continue asking that question to really analyze why I had that fear. Okay, I have a fear of being honest, because if I'm honest with you, then I can no longer manipulate you. You will think and do and feel what you want. If I'm honest with you, you will have your own reaction. If I'm dishonest, then I can manipulate how you react to me. But if I'm honest, well, why is that important? That you have your own. Oh, that you not have your own, that you have what I want. Well, because if I'm honest with you, you will see the truth. Oh, why is that important? If you see the truth, no, I'm sorry. If you see what I want you to see, you will believe the lie that I believe. Well, why is that important? Because if you see me in a certain way, and I see it in your eyes when you're looking at me and you're treating me this way, maybe I'll believe it. Well, why is that important? Because at the heart of it, I don't have really high self-esteem at all. This superior person image is a false image. It's the word compensation. It's a total compensation, overcompensation for the feelings of inferior. The feelings that I got from a father that belittled me for everything, that never gave me any praise. I'm not blaming him. I'm merely observing the reality. This is how I was deformed when I was young, okay? And in order to survive that, I had to believe something different than he was saying. Well, I overshot the mark. Yeah, I overshot the mark. Yeah, that's exactly, you take 1 or 2 drinks, intending to go home at 7 o'clock, and you come home at 3 o'clock. Whoops, I overshot the mark. Yeah, that's exactly how it operates.
How did you say that again? Or was that how I was formed and deformed to survive?
Yes.
And then what was the part after that?
Oh, to overcompensate.
Okay.
To overcompensate for the pressure of to be inferior, I had to be superior. Okay? It was total overcompensation. And the survival skills I learned at that young age are the survival skills I took and magnified as I grew into an adult. And they never changed. They were the same, and they were appropriate when I was young, and they were totally inappropriate when I was older. Okay? So that's how you do the fear inventory. You put the fear down, you ask the question why I have it, and then you keep asking the question until you come to the truth. Fear of drinking, fear of dying, fear of no God, fear of no afterlife. Okay? Huge, universal kinds of, perhaps, issues. And the book is very simple. It says, wasn't it because self-reliance failed us? That's the ultimate answer. Because I know how reliable I am. And I know that I cannot rely on myself. So that's why I'm full of fear. And it says it's good enough in some cases, but not good enough in others. Perhaps there is a better way. We think so, for we're on a different basis. And this is the third step basis. A new relationship with God. The basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust infinite God rather than our finite selves. We are in the world to play the role He assigns. I ask my people to put a little question mark in the column right next to that, in the margin there on page 68. We are in the world to play the role He assigns. And ask this rhetorical question, meaning a question not to be answered right away, a question to be reflected on. What is the role that He has assigned me? Okay, I turned that statement into a question. You see how powerful that is. And the answer is so important because of this next phrase in the big book. It says, just to the extent that we do as we think He would have us, and humbly rely on Him, does He enable us to match calamity with serenity. You want peace? Find out who you're supposed to be, what you're supposed to do, and then be it and do it. And you'll have peace. Yeah. Okay. It says, we let Him demonstrate through us what He can do. We ask Him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what He will have us be. So they contrast do and be again, going back to the model of intellect and will. But it also hints at a solution to fear. It says, we ask him to remove our fear. Why? Just like resentments. We're as powerless over our resentments as we are over alcohol. We are as powerless over fear as we are over alcohol. That is, we have no power to remove our resentments. We have no power to remove our fear. We ask and invite the Spirit, the source, the energy, the force, the higher power, whatever you want to call them, into our lives to recreate us, to remove this resentment, to remove this fear. And that hints at what's going to be in full flavor, the formula in the 10th step. They don't let up. Now about sex. All right. So I have my people read pages 68 through 71, the end of the chapter, and highlight it. And then I have them develop a prayer. In your binder, you'll see the prayer that I developed from the words in the big book. And they have two themes in this section. They have two themes. One theme is be sensible. It's neither hot or cold. It's neither all or nothing. It's someplace in the middle. That's one of the counsels of the big book. It says we are not the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. Hello, sponsors. We are not the arbiter of anybody's sex conduct according to Alcoholics Anonymous. Okay? Everybody needs to develop their own ideals. Now, they may need a little help because we come in pretty dysfunctional, pretty demented. Okay? But still, we are not the arbiter of anybody's sex conduct. That's one theme. Be sensible and take responsibility yourself. The other theme is that nobody can give you your value system other than God. And it talks about that in a minute. I'll get back to that. But it says on page 69, interesting, we reviewed our own conduct over the years past. Funny sense of humor if it's true. We reviewed our own conduct over the years past. Boy, does that sound familiar? Just like fear, just like resentments. Do a heart, brain, and gut dump. Make a list. Okay, this is about genital sex now. And make a list. And then a spontaneous one. And then go through your life chronologically and put the names down. Now, if you've already done an inventory and you've already analyzed your sexual behavior up to 1994 and you haven't done an inventory since then we're not talking about going back to the beginning. We're talking about beginning when you finished your last inventory, if you feel that your inventory was correct and complete. And then do from 1994 till present time. And it says that we reviewed our own conduct over the years past. And they have 9 questions to ask. And that is on the template, which is in the next piece on your binder. It's called the sex inventory. Where had we been selfish? Where had I been dishonest? Where had I been inconsiderate? Whom had I hurt? Did I arouse jealousy? Did I arouse suspicion? Did I arouse bitterness? Where was I at fault? What should I have done instead? The instructions that I received and so that I give are that I write a little story at the beginning. It's very much like the AA way. What it was like, what happened, and what it's like now. How did it begin? What happened? One sentence. How did it begin? Second sentence. What happened? Third sentence. And how did it end, or what is its status today? Kind of just to put you back in the frame of it so that you can be thinking about it and having the feelings connected to it. And then ask these 9 questions. And do that for each name or each situation. It could be a name with a woman. It could be a name of a man. It could be an animal. It could be an inanimate object. It might be pornography. It might be, ad infinitum, variations on a theme. Whatever your connection is to sexual behavior. Okay? And analyze it. The importance of this is to look at, is one, to name the harm done and name your dysfunctions. Okay? Take responsibility for your actions. But The real purpose of it is, going further in the book, it says, we got all this down on paper and looked at it. In this way, we tried to shape a sane and sound ideal for our future sex life.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. And let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one.
You see, the answer to question number 9 will surface your values. It says, what should I have done instead? Somewhere down deep inside of you is a measuring stick by which you measure your morals and your behavior. It's your own. You might believe in monogamy, or you might believe in polygamy. It doesn't matter what you believe as long as you know what you really do believe. The big book says we're not the arbiter, but you have to come to grips with what it is you do believe and then live accordingly. So it says, we shape a sane and sound ideal for our future sex life. We subjected each relationship to this test. Was it selfish or not? We ask God, translate, prayer, to mold our ideals and help us live up to them. We must be willing to grow to it. And this is the second theme. The first theme being common sense. The second theme being come to God. In meditation, we ask God, translate, pray, what we should do about each specific matter. The right answer will come. God alone can judge our sex situations. Can they say it another time? Yes. However, they're going to say, counsel with other persons is often desirable. You can talk to your sponsor. You can talk to your spouse. You can talk to your minister. You can talk to your psychologist. You can talk to your good friends. Fine. But we let God be the final judge, quote. Okay? And then it has a warning. Well, I'll get to the sex ideal now. So the answer to each number 9 question are cumulative. If you look at it, once you finish your sex inventory, then you read the answers straightly from the 9th question, the answers to the 9th question, right across, and you read that, accumulate, and try to get the theme out of that. What I found is I'm a monogamous man by values. Now, I did not know that, and you could not tell that from my behavior, okay? And I found that the sex ideal was not about ideal sex. That was funny. Okay? Just to make sure you're alert and listening. It's not about ideal sex. It's about sex ideal. Okay? What is the environment that I need to create for my wife? One of safety and security, one in which she feels cherished, okay? And I wrote out a sex ideal that I can't live up to, but that I want to be drawn to. So we've been talking about the 4th step inventory, and we've been talking about resentment, fear, and sex, and we ended up our discussion about sex, and it says on page 71, God can remove whatever self-will has blocked us off from Him. So we are powerless to remove our character defects, that God can. Is that a hand for a question?
It is, please. When you started the whole thing about sex, you put it in different words. You said gender or something?
Genital.
Oh, it's not genital.
No.
It's what?
This is genital sex.
Okay.
The use of the term sex relations in the resentment inventory is about gender, male, female.
Okay.
This is just okay? Good.
I was just a little bit.
Okay, great. So then we move into chapter 6. Once you have a written inventory, it says, having made our personal inventory, what shall we do about it? Wow, could it be any clearer or simpler? An instruction, it just connects right away. It says, we have been trying to get a new attitude. This is a transition sentence now. We have been trying to get a new attitude. What's the new attitude? I believe it's the first step. Powerlessness and humility. Okay? Because it goes then to say, we have been trying to get a new relationship with our Creator. That's what we talked about in the 2nd and 3rd step. Defining about God and defining for God. And to discover the obstacles in our path, the 4th step. resentment, fear, and sex. By the way, the 12 and 12 is a wonderful commentary, and it has on the fourth step a reference to another model to use to try to surface your inventory and character defects, and it uses the 7 capital sins, which are pride, envy, anger, avarice, meaning greed, sloth, gluttony, and lust. And Thomas Merton's book, 7-Story Mountain, was in fact an allusion to this. It was his biography of how he wound his way through to, in fact, a spiritual awakening and a release from all of the 7 capital sins. Also referring, I believe, to Dante's Inferno, which talked about this process of dealing from here circularly all the way up through to the major capital sin of pride and out to a relationship with a higher power. It says, we have admitted certain defects, we have ascertained in a rough way what the trouble is. Now these are about to be cast out. This is the beginning of the process of the removal of our character defects. Now some of them will be removed in just naming them in the fourth step. By naming them in resentment, fear, and sex, and whatever else you name, you sometimes take the power out of them by analyzing them. Certainly it did for me when I took the fourth column and took responsibility for my actions and the role in my life. But it says they are about to be cast out. This means it requires more action, which means we have admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our defects. You see, when I read my inventory that first time in 1984, I read a script of behavior, not the exact nature of my character defects. Oh, it was somewhat embarrassing, but there was a certain amount of ego involved in the pride of telling them all about this corrupt life I lived in the fast lane, okay? And actually, I saved that for a long time, because in the back of my head, I know now, I was thinking, well, it could make a script. It could make a script. Oh, wow, what an ego. It's gone, by the way, because it's just trash. And so it says, we admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being. We now go public with this. Ego deflation at depth. Okay? Many of the religions of the world, and certainly modern psychiatry and psychology, know the truth of this. Confession and therapy are built on it. That when in fact we talk about what it is that's bothering us, and especially digging down deeply into the exact nature, that in fact sometimes there's a healing. Most of the time there is. Okay? So we fully disclose ourselves. And they give a reason here. This is a tough step. So they give a reason why you might want to do it and not skip it. If we skip this vital step, we may not overcome drinking. Very clear. Okay? It's as clear as in the sex inventory on page 70, it says, if we continue to harm others, we are sure to drink. We are not theorizing, we are speaking from our experience. Okay, and it says at the bottom of page 72, trying to avoid this humbling experience. Anybody who does a fifth step and enjoys it hasn't done it correctly. All right? Because it is to be a humbling experience in which you expose in a transparent way all of the warts, all of the character defects. And that's what it says in italics on page 73. We need to be entirely honest with. So my assignment is to read pages 72 through 75 and highlight, and read chapter 5 from the 12 and 12 and highlight that. And then we sit down, and quite frankly, we sit down in a room like this. I heard a fifth step yesterday afternoon, and in this room. And you can see it's a private room. There's not going to be any distractions. There's no phone. There's no television. There's not going to be any foot traffic, not any family around. So I try to protect it, because this is a sacred act, and this is a sacred space, and this is a sacred time, okay, for somebody to reveal who they are because they're searching for God. And the book tells us very much that it's important to pick the right person. They should be somebody who knows what they're doing and who knows what you're doing and respects that and is confidential. That's critical, to be confidential. It just really pains me when I hear people complain that what they said in their fifth step surfaced in a meeting sometime. And that's just unconscionable. So pick the right people. But are we surprised? Okay, AA is a hospital for the walking wounded and terminally ill, isn't it? Okay, we're all wounded. We're all wounded. And so it's very important that you pick somebody who knows what they're doing, has probably had a spiritual awakening themselves, and walks like they talk, and you're confident of their confidential nature. That's really important. Then we sit down and we read this, and then they talk. We read it together, and then they talk, I listen. This is not therapy. This is not a counsel. This is a place where this person tells me their life story. And I will, in fact, keep notes. I tell them that in advance because I don't want to interrupt them. I'll take a note about patterns or questions that I have or other observations that I want to make at some point. Now, if in fact they say something that I feel really needs to be clarified for the whole purpose of the process, I will interrupt them at that point. But that'll be the only time I interrupt. At the end of the resentment inventory, they read their third column and their fourth column to me. At the end of the resentment inventory, and there's bathrooms and we take breaks and we have water and we have food because we're in for a long talk, it says. At the end of the resentment inventory, then we will discuss my notes to give the feedback. Okay? And the same with the fear. I make notes, and then we discuss at the end of that. And at the end of the sex inventory, I have made notes and I share that my observations. Then I've told them this in advance. I give them that paper. This is not for my file. I don't keep records, and I have this uncanny ability to forget what you've said. Okay, so I mean, tomorrow when I meet you in a meeting, it will be like it's gone. Mostly, it's gone. Okay, and obviously it's never thought about, shared about, talked about. I don't even talk about it to my sponsor. Okay. And then we get, after they finish that, then we get to this part on page 75. It says, we pocket our pride and go to it, illuminating every twist of character, every dark cranny of the past. Once we have taken this step, withholding nothing. And then I pause, and I look them straight in the eye, and I said, did you, in the process of writing down your fourth step, write everything that you were supposed to and that was in your heart about resentment, fear, and sex, about shame, guilt, and secrets? And I pause. And about 30% of the time, somebody will go, well, yeah, there was this one incident that I didn't think was worthwhile recording. But by the time they spent 3, 4, 5, 8, 10 hours with me, okay, they are so ready to cough it up, okay? And then I ask the second question. Once they've got past that, did you write everything down? I say, did you read to me everything you had written down? Well, we're alcoholics. We're a wily group, you know. He might have thought I was asleep and wouldn't notice, okay? And I am not asleep. And so then I pause and I wait to see. And about 30% of them, well, yeah, I had this one. Yeah, well, here, listen, you know, there it is on the table, and it's done. And then we read the promises. Once we have taken this step, we are delighted. We can look the world in the eye. We can be alone at perfect peace and ease. Our fears fall from us. Hear the difference between this and the bedevilment paragraph on page 52. We begin to feel the nearness of our Creator. We may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience. We begin to have a spiritual experience. This is where the change begins to take place. The feeling that the drink problem has disappeared will often come strongly. We feel we are on the broad highway walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe. It's not over. I send them home. It says, returning home, we find a place where we can be quiet for an hour. After they finish their fifth step, they go home or some place where they can be quiet for an hour. And that's a 60-minute hour, not a therapeutic 50-minute hour. It's a 60-minute hour. And then it says, we thank God from the bottom of our heart that we know Him better. Translate, we pray. But isn't it interesting? We have just spent several months doing a fourth step and several hours doing a fifth step, all about me. And it says, we thank God that we know Him better. Okay? Now maybe that means because we've been in a process that has removed the sludge from deep down inside of us, we can finally access that power, that God, that energy, that source, whatever your power is, deep down inside us. Okay? And it is revealed to us. It says we review the first 5 proposals, for we are building an arch through which we shall walk a free man at last. Okay? We are building this arch, staying with the architectural analogy, okay, through which we'll walk to a new freedom. And that reference was made prior to doing the third step. And once again, the integrity of this book from one section to the next section is just a miracle. Then, once a person has gone home and not reread, and not even probably opened their fourth step, but has reflected on the process. Well, what did I do in prayer? What did I do in the first step? Oh, it was a 3-part disease and had a 3-part solution. And from my experience, I could really see that I'm broken in my body and in my mind and in my spirit, in my will. From my experience, and I have this sense of hopelessness. And yet, I'm launched then, springboarded into the second step, in which I defined my own concept of God once I got clear about what I actually do believe now. And I went through a process of faith decisions on page 47 and page 53. I do believe, and God is everything. And now I know that God is deep down inside of me. And I wrote out my own concept of God. And what is that anyway? I might look that up and reflect on that. And then the third step was just a full surrender without reservation, utterly. How well did I do there? Well, I'm willing to be taken to a place of utter surrender without reservation, and I can't do that. So, Lord, bring me there. All right? And in the fourth step, was I thorough? Was I honest? Did I balk? Of course I did. In between columns, in between phases. Okay? But now I've in fact disclosed it all, gone public in the fifth step, and I am clean. I have done to the best of my ability. Now, this is not a light switch deal. This is a process. In my 1988 inventory and fifth step, I talked about cheating on my expense account, okay, of the job that I was being fired from. And how dare they? And in 1991, it came to me, well, I had a job before that. And I had misused their expense account. So that came on, you see? As the dimmer switch goes up, the lights go on. That's the good news. The lights go on, the lights go up, it gets bright. That's also the bad news. Because when the lights are bright, you see more. Okay? So that's why I say that this is a process. And that's why I'm convinced that to do this periodically is a benefit. Because if I stay pressed up gently against it, then 3 years from now, or 1 year from now, or 10 years from now, whenever it is your rhythm, you will be more evolved and see more of the truth because the lights will be brighter. Okay. Then I say, get a jacuzzi, go to sleep, go to a movie, whatever. But then, call me the next day so that I can give you the sixth step. This process is unrelentless. Okay? Like Patton going across Europe, just in his tank. Page 76, there's only one paragraph on the sixth step. I say read it and highlight it and read chapter 6 from the 12 and 12 and highlight that. And then go through your inventory and pick out your character defects and list them in writing on a piece of paper. And you might have 10 and you might have 50 and it doesn't matter. You'll have what you have and you'll see what you see. And list them. And then take those character defects and try to group them in families. I'm a very analytical person and I like to see how things connect. So I'll take those 30 character defects and I'll squeeze them down to 10. Because there'll be families and I'll see patterns. And I'll take those 10 and I'll squeeze them down into 4. And what I see is, in fact, that I have selfishness, resentment, fear, and dishonesty. And then I squeeze those again to distill them down to the very nature of my character defects, and I see the book is absolutely 100% correct. Everything comes from my selfishness, self-centeredness is the root of my problem. And that's of purpose to me because I validate what's in here, and I know the purpose and the promise of this process. Once I have a list, I call my sponsor and I ask my step guide, okay, I'm ready for the 7th step. And the instructions are, read the 2nd paragraph on page 76, which essentially is the prayer. Highlight it and read chapter 7 from the 12 and 12. That's one of the special chapters that has some instructions in it. It talks a lot about humility, okay? Humus, that's where the word comes from, humus, the earth. Humility, as common as dirt. I'm one of many. I hate it. Okay? I want to be exempt and special. So read and highlight that. And then create, like you did in your 3rd step, create your own 7-step prayer. Take the 7th step and take it apart and create your own 7-step prayer. I had a special experience with this step in 1988. And that was, I did the 6th step, and I listed my character defects, and I had done all this work, and I did the 7th step, and I was willing to have all of my character defects removed, and I prayed the prayers as outlined in the book. And a character defect that was dominating my life was still there. Well, I was shocked. It wasn't removed at all. And the book promises it's going to undermine my professional life, it's going to undermine my personal life, and it's going to underline my program. That's what the book promises on page 70. Okay? That is my character defect. It was killing me, and I knew it. I was at my Thursday night men's stag meeting, which is a very focused step study. It's a crosstalk meeting, so it stays very focused. We talk about 1 step a week. And a man shared there on the 7th step, and he said he prayed specifically for the removal of a specific character defect. That's not in the big book. That's not in the 12 and 12. But it was his experience. So from Thursday to Saturday, I sort of thought about that. We don't want to rush into anything. And I thought, well, you know what? I'll give it a try. I went into my bedroom, I closed the door, I got on my knees, I centered myself in the presence of that power that I had indeed found in the 2nd step and had in fact experienced in the 4th step in terms of the release from those resentments. And I got very quiet, and I was about to pray the prayer specifically for the removal of that specific character defect, and I stopped like that. I was not willing at all. I was not willing in my heart of hearts, in my soul of souls. I was viscerally connected to that character defect. It gave me pleasure, it gave me fun, it petted my ego, okay? And I saw, and I was shocked after doing all this work, having had some pieces of transformation, having held myself totally accountable, having been fully intended to have this character defect removed, that I was unwilling. Well, the book says if you're unwilling, you pray for the willingness, so I prayed for the willingness. Okay? And I was so excited at the insight that I had received that I called this step guide of mine, and he is a very rigorous man, and he listened to me compassionately as I related what I had just related to you. And he said, Herb, that is so great that you've got that insight and that you've had that experience. Now stop calling her. He made a distinction that was critical. I had no power over my character defect, lust. But I did have responsibility for the manifestation of that character defect, the behavior that came from the character defect. It was a powerful. I continued to pray for the removal. I held myself accountable to him and my sponsor every day as to what I was thinking and what I was doing, and it was gone, and never to return. Okay? So, my experience is to pray specifically for the removal of a specific character defect once you're in the 7th step, not before that, because you need to analyze it, name it, and reveal it. It's powerful, and it works. Okay. Then, without further ado, it takes us to the 8th step. Now we need more action, without which we find that faith without works is dead. Let's look at steps 8 and 9. And I give this instruction. Read pages 76 through 84 and highlight it. It's about 8 and 9 together. But then when you're doing your 8th step, we get to make another list. We've done inventory. We've made a list of character defects in 6. And now in 8, we get to make another list. And I asked them to read the chapter 8 from the 12 and 12 as a commentary to supplement the instructions of the big book. And then to go through their inventory again, because it says we made a list of the people harmed when we did our inventory in the 4th step. That's why those templates are geared that way, especially the 4th column. It says at the bottom, what harms did we do? And then there may be harms that we've done that are not related to resentment, fear, and sex. I mean, I was a thief. And I didn't resent anybody or fear anybody or have sex with a thrifty drugstore in it at all. I just stole from them when I worked for them. All right? So I put that down. I harmed thrifty drugstore. And then the instructions were to get 3x5 cards. I've done it both ways in a list on 8x11 paper, and 3x5 cards works much better because they can be shifted around and organized, and I kind of like that. And so 3x5 card, I list the name of the person, the harm done, and the specific amend I think is appropriate. I'm that specific. The name of the person, the specific harm done, and the specific amend I think is appropriate to the harm. If I stole $1,000, I need to return $1,000 after acknowledging that I stole it. If I abused you verbally and emotionally at a work environment, I need to come to you and apologize for that and ask how I can take care of that. I'll talk about the 9th step in a minute. It's very specific. But it's very hard. The 9th step is very hard. And the big book acknowledges that in 2 ways. On page 76 in italics it says, remember, it was agreed at the beginning we would go to any lengths for victory over alcohol. In italics, for victory over alcohol, we would go to any lengths. But then on page 79, it's not in italics, but it's structured the same way. It says, remember, if I can find it, that we decided to go to any length to find a spiritual experience. On page 76 it says we were willing to go to any length to get freedom from our narcotizing drug, whatever that is, alcohol, food, drugs, relationships, gambling, debting, sex, whatever it is. Freedom from that, okay? First half of the 1st step. But then on page 79 it says, remember that you were willing to go to any length to have a spiritual experience, to counteract the spiritual malady, second half of the 2nd step. Okay? Both the negative and the positive, both the yin and the yang, okay? It brackets the entire process. And they give this counsel, reminding us here, because I think the 9th step is in fact the hardest step. And it kind of fascinates me when people say, well, I'm really willing to make the amend. And I go, what? How long has it been since you made an amend? Oh, months or years. I said, well, then you're in your 8th step. You're not in your 9th step. You're in your 9th step when you hear this sound. You're knocking on the door. You're writing the letter. You're making the phone call. It says direct or indirect. Some of them are indirect amends. The book alludes to letters, okay? I've used letters, I've used phone calls, and it depends. I get, first of all, I don't ever start making an amend. Well, let me get to the 9th step. The instructions on the 9th step are to reread pages 76 to 84. And to highlight it from the perspective of the 9th step, because there are very, very clear examples there about what to do in the case of infidelity, what to do in the case of fraudulent behavior, what to do in the case of gossip, and lots of different, homespun examples in there, very concrete. And then to read chapter 9 from the 12 and 12 and highlight that. You hear the same rhythm, okay? And then to begin, so then before I have my people make amends, I have them review those cards with me. Reviewing the cards or reviewing the 8-step list with the sponsor or step guide is critically important, because there's people on there that I didn't harm. I felt guilty about, I had bad feelings about, but I never harmed them. And my sponsor would ask me, well, what's the harm? And I'd stumble around, well, I must have hurt them. Yeah, you're not that powerful. Yeah, it's a real sense of reality. And I'd go to this one and I go, well, I really need to go see her because, and he says, you don't need to go see her. You would create more harm. You're just going there to smooth to assuage your ego a little bit. How well I'm doing and what you missed. Okay? And so, no, you don't make amends to her. And another one, I said, well, I couldn't possibly go to that person because it would create more harm than... No, the only harm that will create is to your ego. There's the one that you go to. You see, this mind has not been restored to sanity in the 9th step. This mind is not restored to sanity until I finish the 9th step and I'm living in 10, 11, and 12. So I don't make up my mind about my behavior and my actions. I use my step guide or sponsor, or both sometimes in a particularly hard one, to give me guidance and to help me sort it out. And to help me get really connected to what is, in fact, the appropriate amend. Because sometimes I'm going to cut myself some slack. Well, it wasn't that bad. Okay, I'm going to cut myself some slack. And you go, no. Now, I had a man come to me who had, in fact, had a business that was going bad, and he hired an arsonist to torch it. And he collected his insurance money. And he was of such a commitment to this program that he was willing to suffer the consequences of going to jail. And it was 20 years ago, to acknowledge that. And but I'm not an accountant. I'm not an insurance specialist in that area, and I'm not a lawyer, so I can't give him advice in those 3 areas. I said, you go to an accountant, a lawyer, and an insurance specialist, and you talk to them about the implications of all of this and how you can proceed, you see. I don't have all the answers. And he did all his homework, and in the final analysis, in prayer and with some direction from me, he was able to call the insurance company. Well, they didn't want to hear from him. He says, this 20 years ago, we've taken care of that. We've got no way of dealing with that. Okay? Do what you're doing. Continue your work. Thank you. Yeah. But he was willing. He was willing to address it. I use that because it's so dramatic, And most of ours is not that dramatic. The process is one in which you go to the person and you say, I harmed you in this way. I was abusive emotionally and verbally, and I created a competitive atmosphere, and I downplayed you to your boss, and I tried to, whatever, very forthrightly. It's all laid out on a card, and you've already reviewed it. And you tell them what you did. Then you say, is there anything else that I did that I haven't talked about? It's a 4-part dance. First part, I tell them, not about their part and why I did it. Okay? We leave their side of the street alone. We're just on our side of the street. And then I ask them, is there anything else that I did that I didn't get a chance to talk about, or I'm not aware of? And then I be quiet to allow them the dignity of thinking about it and responding. This is a difficult thing for most people, especially if they're not in 12-step recovery. And even if they are, people are really uncomfortable with this. They want it over with. Then once that person has shared whatever they're going to share, my family is particularly articulate in this area. Yes. Then you say, and this is what I intend on doing about it, to resolve the harm, to make up for the harm, to make the amend. Amend has two connotations. One is, amend means to change. Amend the Constitution means to change the Constitution. I need to change my behavior, not do what I was doing. The other amend is to rehabilitate, okay? To make right, to restore. And how can I, here's what I plan on making, to do it, to make it right. Is there, and then I ask the question, is there anything else that I can do in light of the harm that I've created? 4 parts. I talk about the harm. I ask them if there's any other harm. I talk about the amend. I ask them if there's any other part of the amend. And you have to be careful here because we're dealing with the walking wounded. Human beings. I had a man who I took through the work who was divorced for several years, and he knew that he had harmed his wife in several ways, his ex-wife. And we got that all laid out and gave him an approach, and he successfully was able to get a meeting with her, and he sat down with her, and he went through the drill, and she was very listening and all of that. And then when he asked that question, well, what can I do in addition to what I've already done and said I would do? She said, I want a check for $25,000. And so he said, well, thank you very much. I will get back to you on that. Because that was our counsel. And he got back to me, and when I asked him some very serious questions. Child support, did you miss it? Alimony, did you miss it? You know, financially responsible, did you do what the court said? Did you? And yes. He was clean. She was blackmailing him. Okay? She just wanted another pound of flesh. Well, that's why she's an ex-wife, I'm sure. But be that as it may, I said, no. You, in some compassionate way, say to her that this is not appropriate, and I'm sorry that you feel that way. I will continue to hold you in my prayer, or some such thing. Okay? But he didn't have to do that. So you don't have to be held hostage in this process. Okay? The big book is very clear. We don't grovel in front of anybody. We are people of dignity. At the same time, I want to talk about some other things. You can make amends to dead people. Okay? My father was dead at this time, 20 years. And I was given instructions to make amend by getting a pad of paper, pencil, of course, pen, and to go to the cemetery. He was cremated, so there was no place to go. I went to the Green Hills over here, and to allow some time to take some food and some water and comfortable to sit. And I sat on a knoll, and I wrote a letter to him, talking about our relationship, talking about my frustration, talking about my anger, talking about the harm that I had created to him, the kind of a nuisance child I was, having to be bailed out of jail a couple times, okay? And insensitivity and all of the other, you can imagine from the character defects that I've already talked about, and there's plenty more, the kind of treatment that I had given him. And I wrote that out, and then I read it out loud. In prayer, okay, in reflection. I read it out loud as if he was sitting there with me. And fortunately, I had been given the counsel to bring a box of Kleenex, and I cried and I laughed and and we talked and I cried some more, and you know how it is, and we had just a grand time. And when I walked away, I was free. I was free of resentment. I was free of any guilt. I was free of any shame. You can make amends to dead people. My mother was still living. And she had been so angry with me that she had disappeared about 6 or 8 years prior to this, sold everything, moved out of town, and did not leave a forwarding address. And it had to do about money. And there's 2 sides to every story. And I saw that I had a role in this, that I was not responsible, I was not clear, I did not communicate correctly, and so I wrote this letter because she got a retirement pension from the Teamsters. And I'm in that business and I know the Teamsters, and I went down to the Teamsters with the letter and I said, you know, I don't want to know where my mother is. You have her address because you send her a check every couple of weeks. But I want you to, if you will, put this letter with the check. And in the letter, I had put the picture of my kids because she hadn't seen it for 6 or 8 years. And the letter went away, and about 3 weeks later, I got the letter back. But it had been opened, and it had been read. And she was so mad that she returned the pictures of my children. Yeah, that's how mad she was. But 2 years later, I got a phone call. Herb, this is your mother. Is the offer you made in the letter that if there's anything you could ever do for me, you would? And I said, well, gosh, of course, Mom. It's great to hear from you. She sounded very weak. She says, well, I've been given 6 months to live. I need a place to die. Will you come and pick me up? And I flew up to Reno, went to a shaggy little motel where she had been stripped of everything except one little suitcase and her little polyester suit. And she had one of those oxygen tanks with a nose because she smoked Camels for 40 years. And I just gathered her up. She was a broken woman. And I brought her home. And I helped her die. And I was with her every day. And 2 days before she actually passed, we were talking, and I said, we never really got to a place where we had full discussions because she was emotionally pretty well scarred at that point. And but we did heal where she laughed, and we were together and reconciled with all of the family, the kids and everything. And I said, what would you like to do tonight, Mom? And she said, and it was just her and I. She said, I like pizza and beer. We went out to Shakey's and had pizza and beer. She had the beer. I had the pizza, and she did too. And 2 days later, she died. But I'm clean. I spent the several months taking care of her and restoring the money that was in question between us. But we got a chance to heal emotionally. There are miracle stories. Anybody who's done a 9th step has their own set of miracle stories. The last one I'll share with you is my wife. And I told you, at 25 years of sobriety, 25 years of marriage, 7 years of sobriety, we said it's impossible. But 1991, and I was making my amends to her, and I said, you know, I don't know whether we're supposed to stay together or we're supposed to come apart. I know that my role has made this marriage a very difficult place. What I'd like us to do is to stop going to marriage counseling. We had done a lot of that. I'm not putting it down. It was an important piece of the process. I want us to stop working on the marriage. I want us to stop talking about the marriage, because we did that incessantly, and we always ended up fighting, okay? I want us each to work on our own programs, and I also want to every morning, because I'm powerless to come to a decision, and I'm powerless to change, and I'm powerless to heal this relationship. I want us every morning to get on our knees, face each other, hold hands, look each other in the eye, and pray out loud. And she agreed. Well, you can't get on your knees and look them in the eye and hold their hands and pray out loud and stay mad. Okay? And we did that for 3 or 4 years. And the healing began immediately. Okay? And she took some actions that she had been unwilling to take in her own personal healing. And we continued to heal. And as I said, we're good friends today. It's not Romeo and Juliet. It's not the ideal that officer and a gentleman. You know, that it's not that. It's not that. You know, in the movies, fantasy. But what it is it's a very solid friendship and a good relationship. And we walk this spiritual path together. And you can finish amends. I finished amends in 1988. I finished amends in 1991. I finished amends in 1994. Yeah, well, I mean, it keeps occurring, right? And you get more information, and you create more wreckage of the present. I saw a question.
Yeah, I know we're supposed to skip stuff for the end, but I just got to hear about Bob, work Bob, and his response to, was there anything else I could do?
Thank you.
He made us to him.
Yeah, I had been thrown out of the company and left, actually. I resigned in front of the sheriff, got out in front of the posse. And so I went back to him. And I sat down and I acknowledged how difficult I had made his life and how much pressure and stress and emotion, how unfair it was and how competitive and how I lied and was dishonest. And I just coughed it all up. Okay, and he said, wow, this is incredible. He says, you're right, you were all of those things. And I said, is there anything else that we could do to make this right? And he said, no. And he says, I'll tell you what. He said, I'd throw you out of the company again. Hadn't softened one bit. Still a demented person. And I walked away clean. I walked away. Thanks for asking the question. Today, there is no room in the world, no person in the world that I can't meet clean. Look him straight in the eye and know that I'm done. Okay? It's an amazing freedom. It talks about cleaning up the past, okay? But it really is about gaining freedom and then the ability to be helpful to other people. The promises, of course, are on the page 83 and 84, and we're all very familiar with those. Those are the promises that are read a lot. When people start the ninth step, I take them immediately into 10, okay? Because it says, at the end of the promises, are these extravagant? No. They are being fulfilled among us, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. They will always materialize if we work for them. A promise with a condition, the way the book is structured. They will always materialize if we work for them. This thought brings us to step 10. What thought is that? They will always materialize if we work for them, so this must be the work. The 10th step, the 11th step, and the 12th step are the work that manifest the promises in our life. And it is work. The 10th step is a recap of the prior steps. It says that we continue to take personal inventory. And it says that we watch that when resentment, fear, and dishonesty and selfishness crop up. Where have we seen those before? Fourth column of the fourth step, character defects. Okay? Very consistent. These are the four horsemen of character defects. And it says when they crop up. It doesn't say if. It doesn't say if they crop up. It recognizes that we're human beings. The 12 and 12, well, first of all, the instructions are to read pages 84 and 85 and highlight that, and to read chapter 10 from the 12 and 12 and highlight that, and then to come back to the big book and outline it. That's the first time this instruction has been given, to outline the material on pages 84 and 85, because it's very outlineable, it's very specific. And when I did that, I saw the formula in there that I'm about to talk about. It says, continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. When these crop up, number one, we pray. Because we're powerless over our character defects. We invite the Spirit, the healing Spirit, to come in, the creative Spirit that made us the way we are and can change us. Because that my Spirit has that kind of power. Okay? It says we pray. It says we pray at once. And then we discuss them with someone immediately. Fifth step, we disclose it, we confess it, we call somebody, and we talk about it. We make it public. It takes the power out of it. We make amends if we've harmed somebody. Ninth step. And then we turn our thoughts to helping someone else. It says, I'll quote it exactly, then we resolutely turn our thoughts to someone we can help. And that's the service of the 12th step. This is a 4-step process that is magical. It's a formula for absolute peace. The 12 and 12 uses the term spot check inventory. So this is not a written inventory. Oh, it can be, but that's not the instruction in the book. It's when, and the 12 and 12 has a great line. It says, it's a spiritual axiom. Whenever I am disturbed, there is something wrong with me. Oh, do you hate it? Whenever I am disturbed, there is something wrong with me. The book says our troubles are of our own making. Okay? And we take responsibility in that 4th column for the troubles in our life. Okay? And so it's a spot check inventory. It's not necessarily written, although there's nothing wrong with writing it down, and every once in a while I've done that because it's been particularly tangled or deep and I need to process it, and writing does that for me. But a spot check inventory is whenever I am disturbed and I'm awake to it. A lot of times I'm not awake. I'm just angry and I come home and I get things and I'll read a little bit and then all of a sudden it'll hit me. Oh my God, I was so angry. Or I was so dishonest or so manipulative or whatever the character defect of the day is. And yeah, defect du jour. But if I'm awake to it, if I'm sitting in my office and I'm particularly disturbed and distraught, and I go, oh, I can do this. I'll pray for the removal of it. I'll identify what it is. And then I'll call my sponsor or some other person on the program, and I'll disclose it. Typically, I haven't made any harm, but sometimes I have. And then I'll just turn around, well, how can I be of use to my work? If I'm at work and this happens, how can I be of more use to my work? And within moments, I'm on the path, and I'm clean, and I'm free, and I'm going. The book it's got lots of great content to it in the 10th step. It says, we have entered the world of the Spirit at the beginning of the 10th step. We have entered the world of the Spirit. Well, where the hell have we been? If we are just now entering the world of the Spirit, where have we been? We've been in the world of self, 1 through 9. And because of our work, we have begun to be transformed, and we've been placed into the world of the Spirit. And it says our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness. You see, connecting to those 2 things that specifically make us human. Understanding, connected to the mind, the intellect, and effective, connected to the will and decision-making and action. Don't ever say to the man who took me through the work, well, I'm really willing to do this, but he'll say, willingness without action is fantasy. Willingness without action is fantasy. Don't tell me you're willing unless you're in action. And one of the promises is that now we recoil from alcohol as from a hot flame. And remember, one of the analogies in the book is that when we're in the spiritual malady, when we're in the first step, when we're in the disease, we placed our hand on the hot stove, not remembering that it burned us. Okay? I went to jail in 1968 for drinking and being drunk, driving. I went to jail in 1969 for being drunk, drinking, driving. Okay? I placed my hand on the hot stove, not remembering that last year I went to jail, not remembering that yesterday I was kneeling in front of the porcelain god and offering up my dinner. But the next day, by 4 o'clock, I'm healed and drinking again, not remembering, not even connecting to it. Okay? Placing my hand on the hot stove, not remembering that it burned me yesterday. Well, now it says, we recoil from a hot stove. Okay? We absolutely recoil. That's what it means to be restored to sanity. These are the, I'll come back to this. Yep. Here it is. What does it mean to be a recovered alcoholic? Okay? What does it mean to be a recovered alcoholic? The book uses the term. Right in the very first part, the face page, it says, how many thousands of men and women have recovered, past tense, from alcoholism. What does that mean? That was the face page. Face page. And throughout the book, you will see when they talk about recover, they use the term recovered. They don't use the term recovering. Okay? Once you've completed the 9 steps as outlined in the book and suggested this way, you no longer are drinking and you no longer are thinking about drinking. Okay? You've been restored to sanity. Sanity comes from the Latin word sanus, meaning healthy. Okay? Appropriate. The book uses the term a healthy way of thinking or proportionate thinking. And insane is meaning not healthy thinking, not proportionate thinking. That's all it means. It doesn't mean the psychotherapeutic insanity that people get put away for, or schizophrenia, or any of those categorizable mental illnesses. That's not what the book talks about when it talks about insanity. What it talks about is that having made a decision not to drink, having all reasons in the world not to drink, having some freedom from alcohol for a week or a month or a year or 10 years, being clear and free of the physical allergy, the phenomenon of craving, we pick up a drink. Without any thought or with very little thought at all. Those are Jim's story and Fred's story. Jim thought about it in a vague way that it wasn't such a good idea to put whiskey in his milk, but he did it anyway. Fred, the accountant, never thought about it at all despite his hospitalization and his understanding of the subtle insanity which precedes the first drink and his resolution to stay alert and have strong will. Despite all that, he drank again without any forethought at all. That's what we mean by powerless. That blindness, that strange mental blank spot. Okay. So if we're not drinking and we're not thinking about drinking, we have recovered. But the book says, on page 85, we are not cured of alcoholism. We have recovered, but we're not cured. Because we still have the spiritual malady. You see, that's why I have this blue line here. This is recovered. We're not thinking or we're not drinking. But we are still full of self. We are still self-centered. And we can't be otherwise. That's who we are as human beings. Our will is as defective as our mind is defective, as our body is defective. Within inside of this skin, there are no human resources that can work for me. I am broken in all 3 areas. Okay? So my will is deficient, and I'm never cured of my alcoholism. That is self-centeredness, that unmanageability. What we have is a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. And then it talks about, well, what is a spiritual condition? Every day is a day when we must carry the vision of God's will into all of our activities. Every day is a day when we must carry the vision of God's will into all our activities. Whose vision? Not God's vision. My vision of God's will, you see. My vision of God's will. We get to use our mind now that we've been restored to sanity. We get to use our mind and have, in fact, an obligation and responsibility to use our mind, to think about what is God's will for me. And then to use our will to make that decision. I will align my will with God's will. And we're placed in harmony. How can I best serve thee? Thy will be done. These are thoughts which must go with us constantly. What is God's will for me? We can exercise our willpower along this line all we wish. Along what line? The line between my vision and where I'm at. I have a vision and I make a decision to align my will with His will. I'm in total harmony then with God's will. And then I experience this, emotional balance. This is from the 12 and 12. Once we are practicing this, we are restored to courtesy, kindness, justice, and love. These are the manifestations of the spiritual life. In the same way, the bedevilments are a manifestation of the spiritual malady. Okay. Then step 11, it says, we have begun to develop the vital sixth sense, but we must go further, and that means more action. Well, the title of the chapter is Into Action. And that's all we've been doing, is plenty of action. Step 11 suggests prayer and meditation. What I do here is I have my people read pages 85 to the end of the chapter, page 88, and highlight it, of course, and then read chapter 11 from the 12 and 12 and highlight that, and then come back to these pages 85 to 88 and outline them. And once again, they are very outlineable. If you want to flip forward in your binder, which has a prayer for each of the steps, including the 12th step in order, but does not have, but then later on has an outline of the 10th, 11th, and 12th step. It also has, I'm reminded here, a little thing I wrote, a meditation on betrayal and forgiveness, which I think you will be very, it will be of some value to you. Every one of us has been betrayed. Every one of us cannot get freedom until we are forgiven, and we can't do that until we begin to forgive. And there's where the freedom comes. I was asked a question, which I'm reminded of now, at the break concerning a person's responsibility for instance, in a case of incest or rape. How can they be responsible for their resentments in the fourth column about that when in fact they were a victim, clearly, objectively a victim? And I'm assuming that that's the case, that there aren't any type of extenuating circumstances. She's clearly and personally a victim. And absolutely they are not responsible for the event. But if the event happened when they are 5 or 15 or 25, and they are now 35 or 40 or 45, and they are still holding on to that, that's their responsibility. Their responsibility is not about the event. Their responsibility is about the attitude toward the event, the feelings about the event. And if they have to go to therapy for whatever period of time to deal with it, then you are an adult. Take responsibility for your life, take responsibility for your feelings, and deal with it. Okay? And that's my answer to that question. And I believe that this meditation on betrayal and forgiveness will help you kind of frame that up and see the various ingredients to forgiving, as I did my father, and getting freedom from that. To forgiving my mother and being forgiven by her. But I had to start it. And look up the word forgive, by the way. Look up the word in the dictionary. My dictionary says it doesn't mean to condone, and it doesn't mean to exonerate. Condone meaning to approve, exonerate meaning to heal. I don't have that power. That's God's job. Forgive means release. Let it go. Drop the rock. Open the fist. Open the heart. Be willing to have the Spirit come in and clean out the wound so that you can heal. Okay, back to the 10th step. Outline it. We're on the 11th step. So I said outline the 10th step, and a copy of that's there, and a copy of the outline of the 11th step is there, and then of the 12th step, and that's all very important stuff. In terms of seeing what the content of these particular sections are. I want to take us carefully through the material on pages 85 through 88 to give you a feel for step 11. By the way, there are tapes there that are about an hour's worth of commentary on step 11 that I did at the workshop, the roundup, the South Bay roundup, and so that'd be a much more detailed discussion that I'm going to give you right now if you're interested. It says step 11 suggests prayer and meditation. Well, that's not a redundancy. They're not repeating themselves. Those are two processes. And you've heard probably in AA a simplistic but very accurate description of what that is. Prayer is when I'm talking to God. Meditation is when I'm listening to God. And it's really that simple. Now, once again, the dictionary is sort of the companion to the big book. Because I look up words that I know, and when I review them, I find out that I didn't really know the full implication of the word. Meditation, in a 1934 dictionary, Webster, when the book was being written by Bill Wilson, the definition is directed thinking. Now, there's lots of definitions of meditation, and there's lots of approaches to meditation. But the approach of Alcoholics Anonymous and the approach of the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous is that meditation is directed thinking. And my sponsor said, you ask God to direct your thinking, and then you begin thinking. Trusting in faith that your thoughts are God-inspired. Don't try that before you've done the 9th step, right? Because our mind is still full of self and still very demented.
Can you say that again?
Maybe. My step guides suggested that I ask God to direct my thinking and then to begin thinking, trusting in the faith decision that my thinking is God-inspired. And I will come to a God-inspired conclusion. Now, it says that here, that you will grow in this intuition, this inspiration, and you may in fact make some awkward mistakes as the result, because it is a practice. I hold myself very accountable because I have a mind that deceives me. Even today, I have a mind that deceives me. So I still call my sponsor 3 times a week, and we talk about what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling, and what I'm doing. Full accountability. I go to a therapist once a month, have for over 10 years. And I hold myself emotionally, psychologically accountable to this man. I tell him what I'm thinking and feeling and doing. And 2 years ago, I thought I'd hold myself spiritually accountable by going to a person who's not in AA, but who is, in fact, very rooted in a spiritual tradition. And I hold myself spiritually accountable to him every 2 months. Okay, I tell him what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling, and what I'm doing in the spiritual realm. And I get direction. And I use them as a sounding board. And I'm not putting that out there as a model. I'm just saying my sponsor says I have to work this hard because I'm that demented. Okay? He's a loving man. And he says it with love. So it says, it works, meditation, prayer and meditation, if we have the proper attitude, there's that word again, and work at it. This is work. This spiritual director has given me a phrase that sort of summarizes it. He says, if you're on a spiritual path, have a spiritual practice. Have one. Develop one. Then practice your practice. And be faithful to your practice, and your practice will be faithful to you. I'll repeat that at the end. It would be easy, it says, to be vague about this. A lot of times you'll go to talks or read books or go to meetings or go to retreats, and the spirituality you come away with, it sounded all really good, but it's all kind of vague. It says it would be easy to be vague about this matter, but we're not going to be. We believe we can make some definite and valuable suggestions. And they break it up into 3 parts. They break it up into what you do at night, what you do in the morning, and what you do all day long. It says when we retire at night, we do an inventory. They have a lot of questions there, essentially based on selfishness in that first paragraph on page 86. But it says don't get into morbid reflection or worry or remorse. Why? Because you'll be uncomfortable? No. The big book is not concerned about you. The big book is concerned about others, the major theme. It says, because we would diminish our usefulness to others. And we ask God forgiveness, release from our character defects, and inquire what corrective measures can be taken. We set up a plan. If you've read 7 Habits of Effective, whatever it is, behavior, highly effective people, thank you. One of the suggestions there is the evening before, map out your day that you're going to have the next day. Bill was far ahead of his time. He says, and then it goes into on awakening. What do I do on awakening? And I mentioned that. We ask God to direct our thinking, and then we consider our plans for the day. 2 different instructions. We ask God to direct our thinking, and we begin thinking, and I use that as sort of a fast forward, like your VCR, of my day planner. What is it that I'm going to do? The next question is, we considered our plans for the day. Once I've seen my plans for the day, I consider them, and that's who am I going to be today? In terms of the kind of virtue, the kind of principle I'm going to operate on. And sometimes I'm given the gift of a word. Today I'm going to be patient. Today I'm going to be helpful. And that becomes my word for the day. And sometimes I remember it, and sometimes I don't. But if I remember in the evening to review my day, and I do most often, I will notice that I was more patient that day, that I was more thoughtful that day, that I was more helpful that day. It's interesting correspondence. It says we conclude the period of meditation with a prayer. So I'd like to go through my practice. Now, once again, there's an outline in the book of the 11th step that's right from the book. My practice is in there. It's called, right at the top, it says Morning Prayer and Meditation Practice. And this is mine. This is an adaptation. This is not an attempt to talk about what AA approved. This is non-approved, okay? But it is my experience, and you might find it helpful. I start, first of all, I'm committed to daily meditation, all right? And I'm very consistent about that. And the reason is that I've seen the truth of my powerlessness. And I've seen the truth of my need for power. And I believe it. And I sit in the presence of power every day, acknowledging my powerlessness. And like a battery on a golf cart that needs to be recharged every night in order for it to be useful the next day, I'm like that battery, okay? And I have the battery cables from my higher power put on me in meditation. And then I have power to go through the day to the best of my ability. And a 10th step when I fail that. So I start out with the set-aside prayer every day, and on my knees, and the third step prayer. Not that I'm doing the third step again, but that I am renewing it. It's not important to be on your knees. God doesn't care whether you're on your knees or on your butt or on standing up. It doesn't matter, okay? It's not to get God's attention. It's to get my attention. This is, for me, a state of subservience. This is a state of submission, of surrender, an acknowledgement that I don't have power, that I'm in the presence of power, and I'm asking that power to be with me. I don't spend much time there, but then I prepare myself with this meditation preparation. I use this, I go usually at the same time, and I have a meditation place consistent, and I have a ritual that's consistent. It's very important to have consistency. I hear about people meditating while they're driving and meditating while they're showering, and I just don't believe it. I believe they're in prayer and in conscious contact, and that's just fine, but not in meditation. Meditation requires stillness, requires quiet, requires deep listening and deep reflection. And then, because the voice of God is not loud, it's very gentle, it's a whisper. You heard the wee small voice, okay. And it's not audible, and it's sort of an intuition, and it's kind of a led to kind of a thing. So I do the meditation preparation if I need to. I remind myself, why am I here? I'm going to devote X minutes of time when I could be on the freeway beating traffic. I could be in the office. I could be out playing. I could be whatever. Why am I here? And I repeat the 11th step. That's it. I repeat the 11th step. Sought, I'm a seeker through prayer and meditation to improve my conscious contact with God. That's why I'm here. To improve my conscious contact with God. Praying for the knowledge of His will for me and the power to carry it out. Of vision and power. Information and action. Okay? And sometimes if I'm particularly distracted, I will try to refresh my mind. Well, who is this God that I'm attempting to have conscious contact with? And I'll review the various attributes of God. Okay? And then on the second page there, I sit down. That's I have a meditation pillow, and I sit on that, and it's quite comfortable, because that's important that you be comfortable. A chair would be fine. In my 3-ring binder, I am on a piece that says Morning Prayer and Meditation Practice.
It's right after 3C2.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you for asking the question. Obviously, a lot of people hadn't found it. So it's Morning Prayer and Meditation Practice. And I'm on the second page of it. And what I do when I sit is I sit quiet. And I breathe deeply. And I sit straight. And I close my eyes. And I have my hands on my lap still. And my breath is a rhythm, a deep rhythm. And that's how I get centered, is to breathe deeply and consciously in order to become reflective. And I have prayed the prayer to think about the 24 hours and to consider my plans. I might do a little reading to prime the pump, to give me an inspiration, to give me a thought, to give me a motif, to give me whatever, and then I'll reflect on it. And clearly I try to come not from my head to understand, I try to come from my heart to be open to real understanding of wisdom, okay, lived experience, knowledge informed with heart, wisdom, listening to that wee small voice. And then I set a timer by this, something new. I started about 2 years ago. Well, because of the spiritual direction. It was very helpful. I set a timer because I was always concerned that I would get lost in my own thoughts. I have these reveries, and and they're not always holy ones either. Okay, I get into some fantasies about work. I get into some fantasies about AA, that I'm in Carnegie Hall in front of thousands of people, and ego, hey. Or I have this great sexual fantasy that goes on. I mean, this is my meditation. It's corrupt, absolutely corrupt. Okay, but when I become awake to the fact that I've been asleep, then I just return compassionately, laughing at myself, acknowledging it to this power that I'm in communion with, and try once again to be deeply listening. Okay, I can go the entire period of time completely distracted and not know that I'm distracted until the bell goes off. Okay. But now the timer has really helped me a lot because I don't think about the time. I know that that's taken care of. I've preset it. I've determined the amount of time I'm going to spend. And normally that works out very well. Then once that's over, I get back on my knees, and that's close to the last page there. That says the conclusion. And I pray the prayers that are, all of these prayers are from the Big Book or from the 12 and 12. And these specifically are from the 11th step instructions. Please God, okay, I always am trying to be polite. Show me through the day what my next step is to be. See, I'm seeking knowledge. Please God, give me whatever I need to take care of tasks and problems. Give me power. Please God, especially free me from self-will, which is the heart of the issue, the spiritual malady. Give me freedom. Show me the way of patience, tolerance, kindliness, and love. These are words, you know them from the Big Book. Allow today's work to provide an opportunity to be useful and helpful. What can I do today for the person who is still sick? These are recommendations throughout the book. And then my final prayer on my knees is the 7th step prayer every morning. And you said it here today, okay? And when you're really conscious about it, and you say it at the beginning of the day, when you're about to go out to do whatever it is you're going to do, listen to how it ends. May I bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, thy way of life. Oops, wrong prayer. That didn't sound right, did it? Toward the end it says, grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. It's a perfect launching prayer to your day. Grant me strength. I don't have any power. Grant me the power as I go out from here to do your bidding. I have developed in my meditation a vision for my day of what God's will is for me. And I have made a decision to align my will with His will. And therefore I am going to be in harmony with the universe. I am going to be in harmony with the principles that operate this universe. And therefore I hope to be in serenity and operate from that. And then when I veer off, and it's very much like a heat-seeking missile that has this rheostat in the back, the homeostatic device rather, the homeostatic device in the back that's constantly adjusting it. The 10th step is like that. It's always adjusting us because we're always off our vision. We're always off, okay? We're always offline. And that's a corrective measure. Watch and be awake. I heard a speaker once say, fabulous line, we are asleep dreaming that we are awake. Yeah. We are asleep dreaming that we are awake. And until we get to the 4th column, That is the wake-up bell, okay, that we see how asleep we were in the third column, how we were asleep in our lives. Okay, we meditate because we don't have power and we're looking for power. We don't meditate to become good meditators. Okay? We meditate to know God's will and to assimilate the power to be able to do that. Now, I had a terrible time with meditation. One of the reasons that I was driven to spiritual direction. I would sit committed to 15 minutes early on. Thank you very much. I would sit for 15 minutes. I was committed once I did the work in 1988 and saw the truth of my powerlessness and the power of this program and the transformation that was possible. So I sat for a full year. Nothing happened. No theological thought. No special gift of reflection. No special gift of consolation. No warm feeling, fuzzy, and anything about the presence of God. Empty, dark, distracted. And at the end, every day I said, well, that was a waste of time. Every day for a full year. I went to some people and asked in AA, they didn't have a clue. I went to some ministers that I knew and respect, and they were not that helpful. I went to this man that's now my spiritual director, who used to be a Trappist monk. And he was actually, his mentor was Thomas Merton. And yeah, for 7 years. And Jim Finley's his name. And he lives in Santa Monica, works in Santa Monica. And I sat down and I said to him, oh, by the way, I met him at a retreat here. And it was not a retreat. It was not a 12-step retreat. It was just a spiritual retreat. You know, I'm a seeker. And I went through a full day with him. It was a 3-day retreat. I went through a full day listening to him and just awed by his presentation. And I came up to him afterwards, after a full day, and I said, Jim, I'm really connecting to you. Okay? Are you in the program of 12 steps? He says, well, no. I said, oh. Well, do you know much about it? And this is my first meeting with him. And he said, well, no. I'm a clinical psychologist, so I know a lot about it, and I've read a couple books. And I go, wow. I said, well, I'll tell you what. Everything you say resonates with what I have experienced in my spiritual program in AA. But the words are different. The vocabulary is different. But the principles underneath it are the same. And he looks at me with this little twinkle in his eye and he says, well, Herb, the spiritual path is the spiritual path. Okay? It doesn't matter whether you're a Buddhist or a Yahwist or a Muslim or a Catholic or a Unitarian. It doesn't matter. The spiritual path is the spiritual path. The vocabulary is culturally driven, okay, and is different. But underneath, we're all talking about the mystery that can't be talked about. Yeah. So I said, that's the guy for me, because he nailed it, all right? And so I went to him and I said, Jim, I know you don't know anything about 12-step spirituality, so I'm going to tell you. And yeah, well, I was paying for it. So I spent 45 minutes telling him what I've basically given you, but in much more distilled form, about powerlessness and fourth step and my transformation and my commitment to sitting in meditation and my frustration with it and my prayer practice and all. And he goes, after 45 minutes, he goes, I got it. Okay. You're a very task-oriented person. Okay. I said, yes, that's true. He said, you have read the book, you have outlined the chapter, you have made a prayer practice, and you sit consistently every day by God, and it's going to happen. Huh? He said, the spiritual life is not like that. He said, think this thought. He really got my explanation of the first step. Think this thought. You are as powerless over your spiritual life as you are over alcohol. You are as powerless over your connection in meditation to the presence of God as you are over alcohol. Sit there in your powerlessness, humbled, with the faith decision that you're in the presence of power. It took all the burden of responsibility for results off of me. I have the responsibility for the effort as a seeker to sit in the presence of power. But I have no responsibility for making anything happen. I just trust that I will assimilate. It will seep in, okay? And as I look over my shoulder to see how I live my life, I know that something is working in it, because there's been a healing in every area of my life. I live today in freedom from bondage of self, mostly. From freedom of bondage to resentment and fear and infidelity. I live in freedom from bondage, period. And I live in serenity most of the time. And it's a rich, full life. Another man who I really respect, Richard Rohr, says it this way. He says, we open the door in front of us, expecting that the path will be straight. But it's only when we look over our shoulder at the doors we've come through does the path straighten out. It's clearly my case. The labyrinth that I've walked in terms of trying to be a priest and trying to be a psychologist and trying to be a successful business executive. Okay? I'm reasonably successful, but not what I wanted. Okay? They all look like failures to me. And yet, every one of them has given me a piece to be able to do what I do today. So, the 11th step is a powerful, powerful step. Chapter 11 from the 12 and 12 has some wonderful inspirational kinds of suggestions. And it talks about our relationship to prayer and meditation for our spiritual nourishment should be the same as our relationship to air and water and food for our physical nourishment. And when you think that thought about the guillotine that hangs over us of certain death, if in fact we get shut out from the sunlight of the Spirit, if that rheostat, that dimmer switch, goes down a notch at a time, and we don't know it's getting dark, we won't know it because we can't see it, because the spiritual malady will be in full force, and the lights will be dimming until it gets dark, and we will be shocked that we drank, or we will be, or other people will be shocked, even if we're not. So it's not optional. Prayer, 11th step prayer meditation is not optional. The 12 and 12 refers to our spiritual malady as a cancer of the soul. It's powerful, cancer of the soul. I had cancer in 1980, and I knew what I had to do. I had to have surgery, then chemotherapy, then radiation, and then some more surgery. What we've just talked about today is like that. The surgery of the 4th and 5th step, and 6th and 7th. The radiation and chemotherapy of the balance of the steps, especially the 11th step. Okay? This is what eradicates the spiritual malady from our soul. Okay? This is where we have subsistence and the nurturing and nourishment from the 11th step. Okay? And it says on page 88, it works, it really does. We alcoholics are undisciplined. So we let God discipline us in the simple way we have just outlined. Okay? Even Bill uses the term, as we have just outlined. He knows that it's only a superficial treatment of prayer and meditation. He recommends that we go to ministers and to religions and to wherever else that we can to amplify and supplement the instructions that are here. But you've heard my experience. You know where I've come from. You know the training that I've had. I have never in my life seen a description and instructions of how to do prayer and meditation that's more potent than these 3 pages are in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. Because it's so simple, and it's so concrete, and it's so clear, and it's so doable. The spiritual life is very much like a coin, okay?
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
We are transformed through the first 9 steps and maintain that transformation in the 10th step in terms of keeping the channel clear. And the coin is like it has 2 sides. The spiritual coin has on the one side the 11th step and on the other side the 12th step. You cannot have a one-sided coin. One of the old-timers in the program said there are 2 sides to the program. The outside and the spiritual side. Okay? The model I'm using here is that the spiritual life is like a coin. It has 2 sides. The 11th step, which is our relationship to other with a capital O, meaning God, and our relationships to others with a small o, the 12th step, service, our other-centeredness, people, all people, whether it be in AA or in work or in our family or in our church or in our community. Okay? That is the transformation. What I've done is I've given you an overview of the 11th step, the instructions, my practice, and my experience. And the summary that I started out with in terms of the suggestion from my spiritual director is, if you want a spiritual life, have a spiritual practice. It doesn't matter what it is. Develop it. It's personal. Tailor it to yours. Have a spiritual practice. Then practice your practice. And be faithful to your practice. And your practice will be faithful to you. Which launches us with the words, faith without works is dead. Of course, that comes from Scripture. I've used the term willingness without action is fantasy, sort of the same play. Faith, making a decision to believe, is dead without action, it says. Faith without works is dead. Making that decision, that faith decision, I believe in God, I believe I'm powerless, is dead, of no use, unless you get into action. And there's an entire chapter devoted to it. Chapter 7 is specifically entitled Working with Others. And my instructions are to read that chapter, the entire chapter, and highlight it. And then to read chapter 12 from the 12 and 12 and highlight that. And then to come back to chapter 7 and not outline it as much as identify the steps, the process for dealing with a newcomer. It says, get to know them, reach out your hand, find out all you can about them, and I mentioned some of those other things. It has very specific instructions, and they surface when you read with highlight and you go back to try to identify, okay, what are the specific instructions of the 12th step in chapter 7? And those are outlined in the 3-ring binder also. And as I pointed out in the table of contents of the big book, chapter 7 is only the beginning of the 12th step. How does it read? having had a spiritual awakening. Now, first of all, the very first edition, first printing of the Big Book, had these words, quite different. Having had a spiritual experience as the result of these steps. The second printing, they changed that from experience to awakening and put Appendix 2 in the back to explain why they did it. The difference between an experience and awakening. Bill Wilson and the majority of people. Bill Wilson had a mystical experience, mountaintop as we discussed. Most of us had an educational variety. A change which is so subtle that takes place that we don't even recognize it. In 1988, I spent 10 months with this man, finished my 9th step, didn't know that anything had happened, but when I looked over my shoulder 2 months after finishing the 9th step, I became totally aware, intuitively aware, that I had been changed, that I was no longer restless, irritable, and discontent, that I had a sense of ease and comfort, okay? That I had been restored and transformed as the result of this work. So it says, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, that's the promise. I'm literally, not paraphrasing, but quoting the Big Book. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, we tried to carry this message to alcoholics. What's the message? That you don't have to live this way anymore. If you want what I got, come and get it. Or if you don't want what you have, come and get it. Right? Even if you don't know what I have. And practice these principles in all our affairs. You see, and so the following chapters of the book are talking about practicing the principles in all our affairs. To the wives really should now be to the spouses, but they're going to leave it, of course, because they're not going to change anything, and that's the way it ought to be. And then the family afterwards, so they take it from the significant other to the family, to the employer, and then it's a vision for you is the name of the chapter, the final chapter 11. But if you read it, it's talking about how you conduct yourself in your community, how you conduct yourself in your church, in all other places other than your family and at work. So it really is practicing these principles in all our affairs. And as I said earlier, it constitutes 41% of the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous' instructions. And it starts out on page 89. Practical experience shows that nothing will so much ensure immunity from drinking as intensive work with other alcoholics. Get busy. Be thinking of others. My sponsor at the beginning said, Herb, go to the meeting early, stay late, and help. In 18 years ago, we had porcelain cups. We had ashtrays. We don't have those anymore in meetings, but then I was there to clean up and help out, and I became a treasurer, and I became a secretary, and I became a cookie lady, and I became a greeter, and whatever the task was at a meeting, and I went to a variety of meetings, I got connected, and that was good enough to keep me around. It wasn't good enough to restore me to sanity. Okay? It kept me around, as I said earlier. And it says, ensure immunity from drinking and intensive work. The Big Book doesn't let up. It doesn't say an occasional thought or work or action for people. It says intensive work. It doesn't say we want you to be honest. It says we want you to be rigorously honest. It doesn't say in the second step, seek. It says diligent search. Okay? It fearless search. It has usually a jackhammer word behind the word in order to drive it home. This is about being committed to the extent that we can be. Page 14 in Bill's story, I've mentioned already, well, I'll get to that in a minute. At the top says, this is a simple program. Simple, not easy. It says a price has to be paid. That's the not easy part. And what is that price? It meant the destruction of self-centeredness. That's the process. And how does that happen? We must turn in all things to the Father of light that presides over us all. That's a quote. Okay, that's the transformation. That's the conversion. That's the spiritual awakening. Being turned. Okay? Being turned from self-centeredness to other-centeredness. That's the magic of the 12th step. Because we then think about and do for others, and when we're doing that, we're not thinking about and doing for ourselves, and that's where we get in trouble. At the bottom, and I've quoted this once before, but it's worthwhile again, because we've just come out of the 11th step, seeing how important prayer and meditation is. Okay, but it says we perfect and enlarge our spiritual life, meaning that we have one. We perfect and enlarge it through work and self-sacrifice for others. I never connected that. In all the time I was in the seminary, it was like prayer and meditate. That's it. Read the spiritual books, go to the classes, go to the retreats, do work on yourself, inventory, reflection, confession. It never occurred to me that my spiritual life demanded, in terms of, in order to flourish and grow, that I be connected to other people. Okay? I needed to manifest that spiritual life in my work and service for others. Today, there's nothing else I would rather do. And you might get some enthusiasm from me. I have a passion about this thing. Well, why is that? Well, first of all, it saved my life. It restored my sanity. It restored my family. It restored my employment. And it restored my humanity. Today, I have thawed out. I have feelings. Some of that's okay, some of that's not. But I have a compassion. And that's a gift just recently from the workshops. I'm confident of that. The workshops that I conduct here on an annual basis, once a week, we meet with a group, and the group has held together. We started in January of last year with 115 people. Now we have about 45 people. That's the best ratio I've ever achieved, okay? More than 1/3, okay? Normally about 2/3 of the people go away, okay? Someplace in the work, one-on-one and in a group. 2/3 of them, for whatever reason, maybe they pick it up with somebody else, or do it one-on-one, or they just think it's too much work, or whatever. They have a different process, and I don't judge that. What I do know is that the people that have hung in there have blessed me, because I have connected with them in a way that I couldn't possibly have connected with before. We had a reunion a couple of years ago at their initiative. They wanted to get together a year after they had concluded the process. And so that was great. And about 25 people got together up here, had dinner, potluck. And they said, invite your wife. Oh, okay. Well, she knows that she runs this place, okay? So they know that they had been quite good to us and the whole organization, and she had supported my efforts, and they wanted to say thanks. And that was nice, and we had our dinner, and then everybody shared, and it was very nice, and I was basking in it. You know, it was just wonderful. And because they were saying all nice things, of course. And thanking me and thanking her. And then my wife shared at the end. She said, thank you to the group for what you've done to her. For what you've done for her. Okay? He is so much more of a human being as the result of what's happened in those rooms. Wow. That blew me away. Just blew me away. Still does when I think about it. In the book, Bob shares his experience. One alcoholic could affect another as no non-alcoholic could. It also indicated that strenuous work, there's that jackhammer word, strenuous work, one alcoholic with another, was vital to permanent recovery. Vital, coming from the Latin word vitae, life, life-giving, to permanent recovery, not temporary recovery. Recovered, as we talked about, not thinking about drinking and not drinking. Page 83 says that the spiritual life is not a theory, we have to live it. It's a practical program of action. The 12 and 12 refers to the 12th step as creating a atmosphere and attitude of partnership. I've never been a partner. I'm the king. Okay? And in fact, when I did my inventory in 1988, as I mentioned, this man didn't talk. He modeled for me how to do a 5th step. He listened as I read my 4th step. However, about midway through at 5 hours, he said to me, he sat back and he just goes, "Wow, you have a little king down inside of you, don't you?" Yeah. I mean, that was the first time I'd ever heard that, but I was able to hear it because of the work that I had done. It's interesting that how does one stay sober? You know, how does one stay sober? How does one keep awake? How does one stay spiritually fit, keep awake? Is it by not drinking? No. Detox houses would turn out 100%, and you know that it's probably less than 10%. In Alcoholics Anonymous, the big book says over half got sober right away, and then another 25% sobered up in a little while, and the last 25% got better over time. Well, today, I don't believe that's true, those statistics. There's no way of validating it, but I've heard the hospital programs that try to track it. I've heard Clancy, who is probably got more experience in alcoholic recovery than any human on the face of the earth because of his role with the Midnight Mission, say that it's under 10%. It's under 10%. Okay? If those statistics are right, inevitably half of the room here will die drunk. Well, is that depressing? We're powerless. We're powerless. Can't do it. Can't avoid it. So not drinking is not the answer. Is knowledge of the book? Bill and Bob didn't have a book. Our meetings? Bill didn't have a meeting. There was no meeting. Okay? Was it sponsorship? Ebby drank. Bill's sponsor. He died sober, by the way. There's a rumor that he didn't, that he died drunk. No, he died sober. He was sober 2.5 years when he died. Is it the steps? No. The Oxford group had the steps. Is it the spiritual experience? Bob didn't have one. Is it prayer and meditation? Did you know that Bob Smith, the co-founder of Alcoholics Anonymous, was actually in the Oxford group for 2.5 years before he met Bill? He was in the Oxford group. He was going to meetings, house meetings they called them in those days. And maybe once, twice a week, they read from Scripture, they meditated, they prayed, they shared, and he wanted desperately to quit drinking. And every time he left the Oxford meeting, he went home and got drunk. Okay? Prayer and meditation didn't do it. And in fact, once he met Bill, he sobered up. Bill moved into their house. They sat every morning, and Anne, who is the spiritual mother, Bob Smith's wife, the spiritual mother of AA, she taught, if you read her diary that's published by Hazelton, she taught the boys how to pray and meditate. Okay, the boys being Bill and Bob. She got them up every morning, they sat, they read, they reflected, they asked for guidance. And she taught them how to do that. But 3 months later, after Bob was sober for a while, he had a convention to go to, and he came home drunk. Is it discussion about God? Bill and Bob sat up all night talking about the program and recovery and what little they knew of at that time, and Bob got drunk. So none of those things are the seeming solution. How did Bob get sober? So when he came home, from this convention, he sobered up on a bottle of beer, did a little surgery. He was a proctologist. And went out that night to make his amends. Okay? And then got busy with Bill, going to the hospitals, the jails, and the asylums to find those people who wanted to recover desperately enough that they would do what they were told to do. Bill had an experience, in fact, it's related to in his story. He was sober 6 months, and he had been going to the Bowery, and he'd been going to the missions, he'd been going to the hospitals and jails, and nobody had stayed sober. That first 6 months, November of 1934 to May of 1935, nobody had stayed sober. And he was in his apartment with Lois, and he was saying to her, I have done all of this, and nobody's staying sober. This thing doesn't work. I was living in an illusion. I'm going to go back to Wall Street. And she turned to him and she said, Bill, you're sober. Okay? Our destiny hung on that response. And he hadn't seen it. And he goes, oh, yeah, I'm 6 months clean and sober. They're not, but I am, because I'm doing what I do. I told you about Jim, failed to enlarge his spiritual life. Well, Jim got his family back, he got his job back, and things were going great. He had done the work. It looks like he'd done steps 1 through 9. It said he had made a beginning in the steps. And then it says he failed to enlarge his spiritual life. And what we saw on page 14 in Bill's story is that's connected to work and self-sacrifice for others. So he got busy about his restored life, and he forgot about his primary purpose. And he got drunk because the dimmer switch went down, and he didn't realize it was getting dark, and he mixed a little whiskey with his milk, thinking that it was a good idea, vaguely sensing that it wasn't. Clancy says about the 12th step, one drunk talking to another, reducing the feelings of difference to allow them to take actions they don't believe in. Wonderful. I'm going to repeat it. No, it's not in the book. This is Clancy. One drunk talking to another, reducing the feelings of difference to allow them to take actions they don't believe in. You see? Take the actions, no matter what you think or what you feel. What you think and what you feel is irrelevant to your recovery. What you think and what you feel is irrelevant to your spiritual life. What you do is totally relevant.
Did you repeat that one more time?
Maybe. Clancy says, one drunk talking to another, reducing the feelings of difference to allow them to take actions they don't believe in. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you feel. Of course, it does matter in the large scheme of things. Okay, it is important. I'm not downplaying thinking. You know that from my background. I'm not downplaying feelings. You know that from my background and where I'm at today. But I am saying that they are inconsequential and irrelevant to your recovery and to your spiritual life. What is important is what you do. What you do. And I think it is Clancy that says you take the actions and the feelings will follow. You take the actions and the thinking will clear. And the big book itself says on page 64, okay, that when the spiritual malady is overcome, the physical and mental are also restored or overcome. Chuck C. wrote a book called A New Pair of Glasses. It's very helpful if you get a chance to read it. I really recommend it. And in there, his primary theme is, how can I help you do what you need to get done? And turn my life around at work. Turn my life around at work. I was not going there to get a paycheck any longer. I was not going there to get promoted. I was not going there to fulfill my dreams and my ambitions. I go to work today to help my fellow employees do what they need to get done and to help my clients get done what they are paying us to do. Okay? My business flourishes, I'm sure, as the result. The 12th step, of course, is doing directly anything that supports recovery, directly. Working one-on-one, with the steps and leading retreats and workshops and speaking and H&I panels and some type of lectures, maybe even on to non-alcoholics, which I've been asked to do, which is wonderful. Okay, this is all direct work in carrying the message, but there's so many ways of indirect work, of course, and I mentioned some of those that I was involved in the first 5 years. Cleanup, setup, bookkeeper, literature, and the myriad of things that you can do that have some little or some large responsibilities, and do them and connect. What it did for me, it made me feel a part of. It made me feel a part of. I was connected, and it was important for me to come back. And I was welcome, and I was part of the group when I participated. So I took the actions. Page 569 in the Spiritual Awakening talks about these promises. And this could be absolutely, if he knew me, this would be for me. He finally realizes that he has undergone a profound alteration in his reaction to life, that such a change could hardly have been brought about by himself alone. What often takes place in a few months could seldom have been accomplished by years of self-discipline. That's just so relevant to my story. Just going outside of the AA literature just a little bit, Mother Teresa talks about the spiritual life and the spiritual principles that underlie that. She says, faith leads to love, leads to service. She doesn't know anything about 12-step recovery. But the spiritual life is the spiritual life, no matter what the vocabulary is. On page 102 in chapter 7 it says, your job now is to be where you're to be useful. That's your job. In answer to the question in the fear inventory that we asked, I think was on page 68, we said, what is the role he has assigned? Because you need to know that, what you are to do and who you are to be in order to have peace and serenity. Perhaps the answer is there on page 102 that says, your job now is to be where you're useful. And I put up there the summary flip chart, trust God, clean house, and help others is the summary of this program. Trust God in the first 3 steps. Clean house 4 through 10 actually, and help others in 11 and 12, that spiritual coin. The 12 and 12 says that we will reach a new state of consciousness for which we have made ourselves ready by practicing the 12 steps. And this is the gift of the 12 steps. The joy of living is the theme of the 12th step, and action is its key word. Right action is the key to good living. Right action is the key to good living. Page 164 says, abandon yourself to God. Ask Him in your morning meditation what you can do each day for the man who's still sick. You see, praying, not for me, but for others. This is page 164 in the middle paragraph. Ask Him in your morning meditation what you can do each day for the man who is still sick. The answers will come if your own house is in order. But obviously you cannot transmit something that you haven't got. See to it that your relationship with Him is right, and great events will come to pass for you and countless others. This is the great fact for us. Give freely of what you find and join us. We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit. You see, the fellowship of the Spirit. What I'd like to do is there's a handout in the 3-ring binder also. There are several other handouts. I just want to describe them to you so that you know why they're there. One is a list of the principles. Practice these principles in all our affairs that are connected to each of the steps and a definition of that, and the action that's connected to that step. Now, once again, this is not AA approved. This has been basically a piece that's been circulated in AA, which I've taken the many pieces and tried to bring them all together, synthesizing the information I got from others to something that I think makes sense. And the following exhibit is my analysis of transformation, the promises of the 12 steps, which happens to also be the name of my book. Hopefully will be published this year. And it lists sort of at the top, the problem, the purpose, the process, the prayer, the principle, and the promise. Do I like alliteration? Yes. I did a little work on the 12th tradition, and this analysis here on the spiritual substance of anonymity is sacrifice. Sacrifice comes from the Latin word sacer, meaning holy, facere, meaning to make. To make holy is what sacrifice means. And then there are some quotes in the back, which I found from a variety of sources that talk about the 12th step and its power. That Richard Rohr that I talked about, it says, we transform our character defects or we transmit them. We transform our character defects or we transmit them. Michelangelo was asked, how do you ever come up with those statues you create? He said, I come and stand in front of the block of marble and I ask God to guide me, and then I remove everything that doesn't belong. How's that for a look at the 4th step? My spiritual director, Jim Finley, we hold on to identity as our security, 3rd column. And it is in the willingness to let go of these illusions that we find our true self and ultimate freedom. Heschel, a rabbi, I'm very ecumenical. The issue of prayer is not prayer. The issue of prayer is conscious contact with God. He's not in a 12-step program. The principles are the same. The words are different. Thomas Merton, meditation is the combustion chamber for the ego. Thibault was a psychiatrist that was affiliated with AA in the early days at the invitation of Bill to try to study why this thing worked. He was not an alcoholic. He was a psychiatrist, and he prepared many white papers for presentation at the American Medical and Psychiatric Association because they wanted to establish that alcoholism is a disease, and they were finally successful. But one of the papers, he coined the phrase, because Bill Wilson had said the purpose of the steps, especially step 1, is deflation of the ego at depth, and you cannot get this thing without that, deflation of the ego at depth. Thibault said the ego regenerates itself. And this is why we continue to stay pressed up against it in 10, 11, and 12. Merton said, meditation is the combustion chamber of the ego, the place where the false self is dismantled and dies. And so you will see a variety of responses from people, including Woody Allen. Half of life is just showing up. The other half is being awake. Okay? Mother Teresa again, we cannot love and do great things. We can only do small things with great love. Heschel, Rabbi, God is waiting for us to redeem the world. We are either servants of the sacred or slaves of the profane. We are either servants of the sacred or slaves of the profane. And then the nephew of Mahatma Gandhi, Arun Gandhi, we must live what we want others to learn. You've heard the phrase that you must be the big book to somebody, okay? And I think it was St. Augustine who said, whatever you do, your primary purpose is to preach the good news meaning gospel. Whatever you do, preach the good news. And if you have to, use words. Huh? Arungandi again. We must become the change we seek. We must become the change we seek. And we cannot help everyone, but we must help someone. I would like to conclude with a story. And it's the story that was given to me in a retreat called The Chinese Legend. And it's in the back of your 3-ring binder. You do not need to read it. I welcome you just to listen to it. It says, once upon a time, I believe this sort of captures the essence of what we've been talking about all day. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Western Kingdom, lay a beautiful garden, and there in the cool of the day was the master of the garden wont to walk. Of all the denizens of the garden, the most beautiful and most beloved was a gracious and noble bamboo. Year after year, bamboo grew more noble and gracious, conscious of his master's love and watchful delight, but modest and gentle withal. And often, when wind came to revel in the garden, bamboo would cast aside his grave stateliness to dance and play right merrily, tossing and swaying and leaping and bowing in joyous abandon, leading the great dance of the garden which most delighted the master's heart. Now upon a day, the master himself drew near to contemplate his bamboo with eyes of curious expectancy. And bamboo, in a passion of adoration, bowed his great head to the ground in loving greeting. The master spoke, "Bamboo, bamboo, I would use thee." Bamboo flung his head to the sky in utter delight. The day of days had come, the day for which he had been made, the day to which he had been growing hour by hour, the day in which he would find his completion and his destiny. His voice came low. "Master, I am ready. Use me as thou wilt." "Bamboo," the master's voice was grave, "I would fain take thee and cut thee down." A trembling of a great horror shook bamboo. "Cut me down? Me, whom thou, master, hast made the most beautiful in all thy garden? To cut me down? Oh, not that, not that. Use me for thy joy, O master, but cut me not down." "Beloved bamboo," the master's voice grew graver still, "if I cut thee not down, I cannot use thee." The garden grew still. Wind held its breath. Bamboo slowly bent his proud and glorious head. There came a whisper, "Master, if you canst not use me, but thou cut me down, then do thy will and cut." "Bamboo, beloved bamboo, I would cut thy leaves and branches from thee also." "Master, master, spare me, cut me down, and lay my beauty in the dust. But wouldst thou take from me my leaves and branches also?" "Bamboo, alas, if I cut them not away, I cannot use thee." The sun hid his face. A listening butterfly glided fearfully away, and bamboo shivered in terrible expectancy, whispering low, "Master, cut away." "Bamboo, bamboo, I would yet cleave thee in twain and cut out thine heart, for if I cut not so, I cannot use thee." Then was bamboo bowed to the ground. "Master, master, then cut and cleave." So did the master of the garden take bamboo and cut him down, and hack off his branches, and strip off his leaves, and cleave him in twain, and cut out his heart. And lifting him gently, carried him to where was a spring of fresh sparkling water in the midst of dry fields. Then putting one end of broken bamboo in the spring, and the other end into the water channel in his field, the master laid down gently his beloved bamboo, and the spring sang welcome, and the clear, sparkling waters raced joyously down the channel of Bamboo's torn body into the waiting fields. Then the rice was planted, and the day went by, and the shoots grew, and the harvest came. In that day was Bamboo, once so glorious in his stately beauty, yet more glorious in his brokenness and humility. For in his beauty he was life abundant, but in his brokenness he became a channel of abundant life. Thank you very much for your day.
I think we got a great talk going on here. Thanks for watching the channel. Taper Dave here. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Okay, this is how I prepare my drone for launching. I like to do it inside the cab of my truck so I'm not standing outside in the weather. To install the joysticks for control, up and down, right and left, powered on. I have an Android phone that I use to connect it to the drone with, and it's actually controlled through the iPhone, through an app. Oops, wrong way. It's actually controlled through the iPhone, or through this Android phone, through the app. It's actually controlled through the Android phone through an app, and you connect it through this short connection right here.
Remote control connected.
Remote control's connected. So I pull out the drone. I have to extend the legs. Long legs extended first, then the short legs. Remove the gimbal protector. Set that aside, then power it on one short burst, then one long burst. I lay it down. So I have to go to calibrate. So the drone's not connected yet. It shows you here as this drone gets disconnected, even though the remote's powered on. So the drone has to establish it's connected. So I go into the app to calibration mode. First I'll calibrate the remote controller. Start calibration. Out, in, oop, out, in, up, down, and then this little wheel is to control the gimbal. So it's calibrated. Go to gimbal calibration, start calibration, and then it calibrates the gimbal. I don't know if that shows up. The gimbal's moving all over the place. Changes, you can see it on the video. And I'm calibrated to take off. It's acquired 7 satellites at the moment. There are 26 satellites up in the sky, which it has to acquire before you can take off. So it's connected. It's got enough satellites. This is white. I can go to press this little arrow button, swipe right to take off, and it would start the motors if I slid this to the right. But I'll wait till I get outside. Don't want to do it inside.